and welcome to the Standing Committee meeting for Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance, Wednesday the 1st of March. Welcome to our councillors. We've got everyone here. Councillor Duff is, apology, but she's on her way. And welcome to the staff and anyone that's watching via live stream. So the first item on the agenda for the committee meeting is leave of absence. Apologies, I don't think we have any other than noting that Councillor Duff's running late. Councillor Potter, would you like to provide us with the recognition of our traditional owners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet, the Waka Waka people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Does anyone have any conflict of interest matters to disclose? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to declare in relation to the notice on motion regarding Staines Road, Blackbutt 6.4, that my husband and I own a property on Staines Road, and for those reasons I will leave the meeting while that matter's discussed.
That one, so do that. So, are there any other declarations of interest? No. So we'll move on to confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. So someone to move that. So Councillor Potter, someone to second that. Councillor Henson. Any discussion? So all those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to the notices of motion. So the first one is on point 6.1, and that is on page 25. So it's I'm actually putting it forward so that the committee recommends to council enforce Local Law 3 and subordinate Local Law 3. Oh, sorry, 6.1. The Proston Lookout. That the committee recommends to council assist in progressing the Proston Lookout by working with the Proston and District Heritage Association to obtain authority to install 3 long information signs and provide assistance with installation of such at the site by the 10th of March 2023. And undertake minimal earthworks to enable the placement of shade shelters and installation of bollards, and provide a small amount of landscaping to enhance the appearance of the area, and investigate options for possible recycling of shade shelters removed from other sites. And that the above mentioned works are completed prior to the 30th of June 2023. The council funds the cost of the works from the available funds in Infrastructure 22-23 capital budget. So I'd like to move that and ask for a seconder. Second, Councillor Potter. So just to the rationale, do I need to stand for this? Do I normally? Or?
No, you don't.
No. The committee have funding for the tourist information signage, and they'd like to have the lookout completed prior to the centenary celebrations. So their centenary celebrations are on the long weekend in September, the King's birthday weekend. So they've been planning this for quite some time, and they do now have the signs. So they would like just some support from council for the installation and those other remaining remaining works just to tidy it up. And the shade shelters they were hoping to get from any second-hand shade shelters, but that's probably not the priority. The priority is just the support from council to put those signs up. So just, yeah, that is sort of just my remarks. Does anyone else have anything to comment around Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, please, Madam Chair. I'd like to keep the obtained authority to install the 3 long signs, but I'd like the last 4 dot points to be considered in the operational budget for the 23-24 period. So do the first one, but the last 4 for the
Excuse me.
for
So,
the 23-24 budget.
so
But you
is,
can put a note in there. We do need the costing, so we do need that report to come back, but it really needs to be put, we need this in the operational, we need to discuss this in the operational budget for the 23-24 period, because there's a lot of notices of motion here, and if we do them all right now, I fear there's going to be a huge issue and a huge blowout with all these things. So I'd like to...
so,
can we put that in the, so the operational budget, I think, if I'm correct, through you, Mr. CEO, is that, do I need to write the operational? Yeah.
so, so Councillor Potter has moved in, that's an amendment. So, so we're calling for a seconder to the amendment. Councillor Erkins. So now we'll debate the amendment. So did you, well, you've, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I just, we just seem to be putting a lot of notices of motion forward, and every single thing that we do costs us money, whether it's a report that costs council time and money, and then that's taking them away from jobs that they can't do right now that they're meant to be doing. We put a lot of work on our staff, and I think that you know, this is just another one. So my only other thing is whether this comes from infrastructure or parks and gardens as well. So where that sits, so who's paying for this? So I believe if you've already got the signage, I think that's great. But can that signage, is it possible for that signage to be put up by the 10th of March? Because that's only like 9 days away.
So
starters.
might ask, is it General Manager Meehan? I think that would be the earthworks, and to just put that installation would be to do with roads. So I'm guessing it's General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through Madam Chair. So in relation to the signs, if council wants us to put the signs up, we'll get the signs up. That's happy to do that if that's what council wants us to do. As far as the other elements of the project, happy to work it out amongst Pete and myself to which budget where that comes in the operational plan, or whether it comes from the current budget. However it's directed, it's between ourselves and Leanne, we'll work it out.
So I might just ask Councillor Potter if we could put a timeline around that, so that it was.
Yes, that was my
yes.
next
If you could do
thing.
that,
So
that would be great.
If we could like put a timeline on that second through, if Councillor Erkins agrees, I'm quite happy to have a timeline on that, the 23-24 budget to be done before the Proston Centenary, if that's suitable. Because I do believe we're supporting the Nango Centenary, so I do agree with getting the work done before the Centenary. September.
It's the King's birthday weekend, so it's the last weekend in September. First weekend in October. So are you happy with that wording, Councillor Potter? So to be done prior to the Proston Centenary first week in October, and costings provided for the following. So does the seconder, do you agree with the changes? Yep, okay. Any other discussion around this particular motion? Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've had some correspondence with people in the community out there, and correct me if I'm wrong, but through you, Chair, to the manager or GM, I believe that the approval has been given for the signage to be erected or something like that. Is that okay? Park. Okay, yeah, okay, sorry. My apologies for that. So, look, the correspondence that I've had and the conversations and emails that I've received they've certainly indicated that those other 4 dot points that Councillor Duff has got in her notice of motion is, excuse me, they're prepared to work and try and get the works done at a minimal cost and try and work in with council. So I think that's a good step forward. Councillor Potter's amendment, I think that covers that. We have a chance. We have to find the funding somewhere, and I totally agree. It's their centenary out there this year, and we're certainly trying to help everybody make it a success, Nanango and the like, to have a very successful year. So fully supportive of this. So through you, Chair, GM, me and you've indicated that we'll be able to help install those signs if we give the authority and all that today. So that won't take, that'll be an easy process. Yeah, so no, I'm happy to support the amendment.
Any other speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, and I guess a question on notice. We talked in this chamber some time ago about this, and the conversation also was around the earthworks. And I made mention about, the PMABs and vegetation maps. Has any work been done there in relation to that site and what earthworks can or could be done? And happy to take that question on notice, Madam Chair.
Did you want to comment, General Manager Meehan?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll take that one on notice and work with Leanne to follow it up.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, certainly have been to the lookout. It's a beautiful area, beautiful view from up there. Just a couple of questions. I just want to confirm that council, who actually owns the lookout? Is it council-owned park and area that we maintain? What's the current arrangement? There's two matters. There's the Apex Park. Yeah, I just want to be clear on what I'm making a decision on here.
Manager Leanne Peterson.
There's two matters. The Apex Park is the park in town, and it's a separate matter that we've dealt with working with the community group. So they've got their sign. This is on a road reserve.
Yes.
So, yes.
As you're driving into Proston.
Yes, I believe that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's up the hill as you're coming from Heisel, up the hill on the right-hand side.
Yep. Yep. So do we own the lookout?
Road reserve.
It's road reserve. Yep. And I guess my question is more around what community consultation council's actually had with the community in relation to this project.
As far as I know, it's just the being led by the Proston Roundtable and the Heritage Group. So I don't think there's been like total public consultation. It's more that group. But the Roundtable represents most of the user groups in Proston. So
have they officially put forward a request to council for these works?
Yes, I believe so. I might hand over to Manager Leanne to just clarify that.
Yep, sure. Through you, Madam Chair, yes, there has been an email sent in from the Heritage Association making the request for permission to install the signs at the lookout and for consideration for the other items.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. There's really little information here in the rationale to really make a decision, so that's why I'm curious. And certainly I do support, I think it's wonderful Proston's having their centenary. If we can get the area looking neat and tidy, I know our Parks and Gardens crew have been doing a stellar job across the region, just driving past Memorandum on the weekend, seeing all the sunflowers pop up around the shade shelters there. It goes to show that those little projects make a very big difference, so thank you very much. Look, I'm supportive of the motion and finding out more about the project. I think it's important that our staff do have an opportunity to engage in the conversations and make sure that there's agreement with the Proston community about the work that we're going to do. My only hesitation is that if, and I've seen in this council before, where we've gone in with very good intentions to help and be part of something, and perhaps we haven't had all of the conversations that were needed, or it comes back to bite us. So I'm a bit nervous because we are taking on so much across the region over the year ahead, just making sure that I think a general tidy up and those sorts of things is more than reasonable for the in the lead up to the centenary, and I'm sure this is something that our Parks and Gardens team would have had on their radar anyhow. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor Shoemaker. Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of comments in regards to a couple of the councillors' questions. Councillor Henson's comments in regards to the vegetation and that sort of stuff. The last time I was there was no vegetation unless some lantanas come on, but there was only kikuyu grass and all that sort of stuff. So I don't believe that there's going to be an issue there. And the other thing, as far as Councillor Duff in reference to Councillor Shoemaker questioning what conversations I had with the community, myself and Kev, and I think that was it. Yeah, we went out and met with members of all different organisations because it was on the road, all that sort of stuff. They rang me, contacted, and they asked, and we had conversations around various levels of earthworks, digging it right down, making it level, all that sort of stuff. And they've indicated to me since in an email just recently and conversations that I've had with the community members out there that they're willing to just, as it says there, minimal earthworks, all that sort of stuff. They're happy to work through it and just have something there for the September, October long weekend, King's birthday. It's hard to say the King's birthday, the poor Queen, but yeah, so that's just a little bit there. There has been a fair bit of consultation gone out there and information fed back, and Councillor Duff's right, all representatives from all those community groups, the day that we met them out, and that's quite a while ago when we spoke, and if you remember, that was one of the things that I put up and thought we could get some grant funding for probably 12, 18 months ago, I think, Kev, we were probably talking, but yeah, so yeah, I'm happy to support, and it says there in Councillor Potter's amendment that we just add the following and get the costings provided, so we still have a chance to have that conversation around costings and how we proceed with it, but fully supportive of the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Any other discussion?
Sorry,
Councillor
just
Shoemaker.
probably more of a point of order, just that we've put it in there for the 10th of March. However, this motion won't be endorsed until council meeting, and I'm just mindful that's 9 days away. So I'm just wondering if that date is actually true and reflective of when or how. Do we just put something like, with the installation of such at the site, probably looking at UCO Mark? Yeah, something like that. I just don't want to see us set unrealistic expectations.
I think that was the date that they had to acquit it by, or have it done by the 10th of March. That was what they said, but yeah. Prior to the 10th of...
Councillors, what if we go as soon as practicable? And then if we take the date out, it's a good pick up, Councillor. Yeah, if we take the date out of it, then we don't get in trouble with anyone's anywhere as soon as practicable.
So are you happy with that, Councillor Potter and Councillor Erkins? Okay, so I'm happy with the amendment. So I just now put it to the vote as presented. All those in favour? Against? So the amendment now becomes the motion. So we'll vote on the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. The next item is 6.2, compliance enforcement on burning in residential areas. So it's my motion again that the committee recommends to council enforce local law 3 and subordinate law 3 consistently as undertaken by LGAs across Queensland in relation to the burning of materials within residential and rural residential areas, addressing issues including but not limited to only burn seasoned firewood, burn in an appropriate container, burn in a way that does not cause a nuisance to others. Green waste is composted, mulched or delivered to an appropriate waste facility. An environmental health community education program is developed and rolled out across the South Bennett on this issue. So I'd like to move that. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Jones. So the rationale is that community members have raised concerns as to the burning of materials that cause problems for neighbours, particularly those with respiratory conditions. And the issue is that it's one particular person's had a complaint since 2020, and there was a lot of I've seen the email trails, and there was a lot of misunderstanding and miscommunication around whose responsibility it was for the backyard burning. And it was one point there, it was the rural fireys. And so it's been, from the email trail, it's been resolved that it is under the council, and it's under local law 3 and subordinate local law 3. So I'm putting this forward on behalf of some community people who have, in a particular area, that have raised concerns about the burning in the backyards. And so it's mainly about those dot points are the local law, and the other part was the community education program. And I thought maybe we had one of those, just like a flyer on it, and maybe a press release about what is and isn't allowable in the backyards. It's more or less to just reinforce our local law and get the word out that we do support what the community, that it is our responsibility, and that we are being proactive in getting that word out. So that's the rationale behind the motion. So, any other comments? Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm just a bit concerned that we're being a little nanny in this, because I know that I have asthma, and I know when they burn off the roadsides, that causes me quite a lot of issue. I know that I have been getting phone calls and messages about the work that's being done on the roads with the dust on the roads, and the bottom line is, if it's your neighbour, surely you can go and just talk to your neighbour. A lot of times someone might start something and not realise how much smoke it's going to cause. But for us to be going out and knocking on everyone's door or following up with just such petty things, I just feel surely we have more, and our staff have more important things to do than to be, looking after everyone who's going to burn something. As I said, I do know it can be a huge issue, but one of the things much, much worse, I think, than your neighbour burning off in their backyard is when, and it's a needed thing. I'm not by any means saying that they shouldn't be burning off roadsides, and when the property owners are burning off, I know that that's a very important thing. But the bottom line is, if you have got a respiratory concern, you really have to make your own arrangements and organise. I mean, sometimes I move out of the area when it's burning, and even in winter when people put their wood stoves on, as soon as those wood stoves go on and the cold weather comes in, I find that a huge problem, probably more than someone burning off a bit of rubbish in the backyard. So I just think, are we becoming a little too petty in these things that we're bringing forward?
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I actually really agree with the education campaign, because I have had a few issues with regards to people burning off and burning things that probably shouldn't be burnt, whether they were plastic containers or not. And the smoke actually went into the neighbour's yard, and this was during the height of summer. The lady didn't have aircon, and she had to shut all her windows so the smoke didn't come in. But I do admit that council officers did follow that through, and I was very happy with the outcome on that particular one. But I'm just a little bit concerned. You've got green waste is composted, mulched or delivered. I'm just not happy with that one, because there are people out there that can't get rid of their green waste or mulch until, and I really am concerned about that particular dot point, that very last dot point in this one here, because I know we all know the green waste should be composted or mulched or delivered to the facility, but if you don't have any way of mulching it or composting or delivering, that's going to be a really hard one if you can't afford it. And I'm really concerned that we're putting too much on people who can't afford it. Burning only seasoned firewood, as long as your dry green twigs and everything like that comes under that, because burn only seasoned firewood, to me, when I first see that, I think of your logs that you get from people that do the deliveries of the wood. So I am a little bit concerned about a few points in this one.
So I might just go to General Manager O'May just on that. Are you allowed to burn green waste in the backyard?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there potentially is an issue here because the local law, so you have a local law which says had a power to control it, but the subordinate local law is where you can prohibit certain things. So we probably are overstepping what the subordinate local law says. Like it says it must be in a way that doesn't cause a nuisance. But I suppose, yeah, where's the line between green waste to seasoned firewood? I suppose is there's not a so generally it would come back to like when we're investigating these, like that's the advice the officers would be giving, like don't chop it down and burn it that afternoon, let it dry out and season so you're not causing the nuisance. But the local law doesn't actually specifically go as far as saying green waste, because green waste and seasons timber are the same thing, just time, I suppose. So that's probably just I can see where Councillor Potter is coming from. There is a conflict, whereas the local law is really talking about preventing the nuisances rather than prohibiting a particular material.
I'll call on Mayor Otto. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just hear what Councillor Erkin says, but I think in winter time when the fireplaces are burning, people tend to close their homes up. My understanding is that this is predominantly a summer issue, where for residents it's very difficult to close your home up and prevent the smoke from infiltrating through the home. This has been raised by members of the community, and look, I just think that, it's a bit like when we say that we go and follow up or investigate people that don't pay accounts with dog registrations or whatever it might be. If we're going to have these laws, let's enforce them. If we don't like them, let's change them. But to me, if this is a local law and, General Manager O'May, if what's presented here isn't what is stated in the local law, then I'm happy to reconsider that. But if this is what the local law says, then my view is we should be acting on it and enforcing the local law, particularly where a resident makes complaints that they're being impacted by it. So that's my view. I'm happy to support the enforcement of the local law and the subordinate law. I think that's just a responsible thing to do. So I'd be supporting that in this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So just a point of clarification. Thank you, Mayor Otto, from clarification from GM May. Is what you're saying is that dot point, are those 4 dot points, do they make up the subordinate local law, or are they in conflict with the subordinate local law?
Yeah, no, they're not made up in the local law. So I just pulled it up. So essentially the local law, I suppose, the subordinate local law, which is where it gives the prohibitions, it really clarifies the difference between, and I think you said, the conflict with the fire brigade. So if it's they're burning off a paddock over 2 square metres, then that becomes they've got to get their fire permit, and that goes to the Rural Fire Brigade. Whereas if it is a small fire, that the fire brigade, they won't look at anything under 2 square metres, and it comes back to council. So talks about then it should, if it's for the burning of a beast, then they don't need a permit. If it's smaller than your 2 metres, if it's lit outdoor, it needs to be an enclosed fireplace. It's going to constructed to prevent the escape of the fire burning from there. So it's really talking about containing that fire, not specifically stipulating what materials can go in there. So it really comes back to that general not causing a nuisance.
So would the committee be happy if we deleted the 4th dot point and left it as only burn seasoned firewood, burn an appropriate container, and burn in a way that does not cause a nuisance to others?
Can I suggest it's probably, those points are good points. They're probably not part of the local law, but they're part of the community campaign. Like that's the messaging imagine we'd be trying to get out, but just linking them to the local law is probably more the issue. But yeah, definitely the advice is what you'd be giving people. Let things dry out, only don't burn timber with paint on it and that sort of thing. So, they're probably part of the community campaign, but they're not stipulated in the local law.
Thank you. And as part of that campaign, we could do up a fact sheet. Yes, okay. So, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, slippery one, and Councillor Erkins, as you've said, certainly noticeable when you go through any town or village and they've got their fireplaces going with some of the timber or the wood that's supplied is extremely green, and people aren't aware that not only does it create a deal of pollution, but it's gumming up their fireplaces as well. But on the rural residential side of things, and you're right, as Manager O'May has just alluded to, if you have something over that 2 or 3 metres and you have multiples, you've got to get a permit. Now, a permit is fairly well documented, and you'd know, Councillor Duff, Madam Chair, today, it's quite not a rigorous process, but there's a piece of paperwork that you have to fill in that details everything on that, of what you're going to do, what you've got in place, and you have to ring Firecom. It's a stipulation that you have to ring Firecom and let them know, and with what's been going on with recent bushfires, not just this year but in previous years gone by, you're in a world of hurt because they can see exactly what you're doing from the eye in the sky. So most people, and I encourage them that they do their vegetation cleaning and the roadside permits. You still have to get a roadside permit, even though we waived that fee the other day. You still have to get a roadside permit, and you still have to contact Firecom. That is one stipulation on your permit. If you're burning a 2 metre piece of rubble, which is roughly my height by that wide, that's going to burn down in a reasonably quick period of time unless they've got some serious rubbish in there. So it's a bit of a slippery slope, only burn seasoned firewood. Well, people in there are just trying to do the right thing and keep things tidy, and at the same time probably eradicate a further hazard somewhere down the track. But I can't stress enough that some of these people, where they go out willy-nilly, they create some issues within their communities, and as Councillor Erkins has alluded to contact and talk to your neighbours and try and do the right thing by them. I'm an asthmatic myself, so I know exactly the circumstances that you put in when you have too much smoke in your area, and it's not just smoke, it can be dust, it can be grain dust, it can be multiple amounts of things. So, yeah, look, this is, as I say, your fire permits are extremely important, and they must be filled out and filled out correctly. There's no room for error on that now. You have to draw a line, being a fire warden myself, you have to draw a line through every section on that so no one can alter or change that permit. And as I'm stated on the bottom of it, you have to contact Firecom. So that being said, everyone should know what's going on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Okay, so CEO Mark and General Manager Jarvis are just they've got another engagement, so they're leaving the chamber for the time being. So I'll just move to, I think, was it Councillor Erkins had her light on first?
Through you, Madam Chairman. I'm completely in favour of an education program to let people know of it. One of my only concern with it was that council enforce local law 3 and subordinate law 3. Council do that, and I can tell you that because I've got a friend who actually got a letter from council because they mistakenly thought it was her burning and it was her neighbour burning. So, I think that has already been done. And as I said, I just don't think that we need to be, putting this through as getting onto our staff when I do think that they are doing that job. But I do support an educational program because a lot of people don't even think of that. And if you've ever been to my place when I've tried to start a barbecue, you'll see, and I use fire starters and all the correct thing, but you would think I was sending up smoke signals. So, you know, it is all about educating the community who don't think about the fact that someone next door might have their washing on the line when you're burning a little bit of rubbish. But, you know, I do think that council are already enforcing that law. Someone complains and council do get onto it.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I nearly said deputy. Chair, my question just to General Manager O'May is in terms of enforcement of our local laws and laws like this, I'd like to understand what that actually looks like from a compliance point of view. Do we have the resources and officers to go and respond to these sorts of complaints, or how do we currently enforce this local law? Is it just as we say a letter occasionally if somebody's made a complaint?
Yeah, so we do enforce the local law. So we have our environmental health officers or our compliance officers may look at these ones. Backyard burning ones can be a bit of a tricky one where it's sort of the one-off instance, and it's you know, and they're always like an afternoon on a Saturday afternoon or weekends or after hours. Like you don't really get them in the middle of the day. So sort of getting there when when it's actually happening is normally difficult. Where you have an ongoing issue, they're sort of ones they do tend to follow up, and when they do visit people, they provide that advice that don't burn. Common things we have is where people have had a clean up and they'll be burning all sorts of timber that'll have paint and you know, they create that more toxic acrid smoke sort of which can cause issues. Or you have the other ones where they'll have the fire pit or the barbecue and it turns into a midnight burning of whatever they can do, empty cartons and different things, and so there becomes a bit of a community nuisance sort of issue too, so where people use it to, you know, because they've got a fire. So yeah, we usually just try limit it to having your cooking your meal and you know, just if you are burning, have sitting around the fire pit for warmth and that, then just use clean material. So but yeah, no, the officers do follow it up, but yeah, the one-offs are generally just a letter of advice that we will send out rather. So we just certainly don't go around, you know, if we see smoke and chasing them or anything. It's only just complaint based.
Yeah, thank you for explaining the motion. Certainly, I think community education is key across a number of things that council delivers on, and yeah, I'm supportive of a program being rolled out.
So is everyone happy with so I know that Councillor Potter raised the concerns about the dot point number 4. Do we want to just leave that one in, or did you want to move an amendment, or do you want to just vote on it as is?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the recommendation, simply to listening to all comments, to state that council run an education program explaining local law 3 and subordinate law 3 through to the community, because I seconded this motion simply because we can have debate. I would not support that. I would vote against that, but I'm happy listening to everybody in the chamber that they all want to send out something to educate the community. So I would like to move an amendment that exactly that you got that run an education program explaining local law 3 and subordinate law 3 to the community. Yeah, just looking for a seconder.
So someone to second that, so Councillor Erkins. So did you want to speak, or is that, have you had adequate
No,
talk?
Chair, I think we've had enough conversation, and by what I'm hearing, that's the common theme in the chamber, so I'm happy to go straight to the vote without... Yeah.
General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I might just suggest that we do put in around the fire hazards, because that local law covers a whole lot of different community hazards. So I think it's targeting the burning of materials or so yeah.
So are you, based on that, Deputy Mayor Jones, are you happy for those first three dot points to be included in the education program? The burning seasoned firewood, appropriate containers, and way that does not cause a nuisance to others?
I would be happy to leave that. I'm sure that GM O'May, who is in charge of that particular section, understands fully what we're trying to achieve. So I'll be guided by the GM if we need to put anything specific in there, but I'm sure that I believe that local law 3 would certainly explain that, and you'd have an opportunity to address those points that are already listed in our policy. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and yeah, that's fine. Like, yeah, I think it is a good idea. We can develop a fact sheet, run a community on that component, because it is something that people do, do need a reminder about, or do need some advice. We get asked, can I do it? So yeah, I'd support that. And it's just that targeting, logging, and maintaining fires is a reference back to that section of the local laws.
So just to clarify, for me, so what you're saying is that council does already enforce local law 3 and subordinate local law 3. So, because the complaints I've had is that there's been confusion around it, and that some of the community is saying that that's local law 3 and subordinate local law 3 are not being enforced. So I guess that's why that was in there. But if you're saying that yes, they are being enforced, well, it's just a matter of there's no point in putting that in there if like Councillor Erkin said, it's just should happen as a matter of course. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so local law 3 exists. So whether we move this or don't move this, that doesn't make any difference to the enforcement. If people have got, and this will be a particular situation where someone's had an issue with council or the issue with their enforcement of that law, then yeah, that's probably a separate matter to whether we're enforcing the law. So that would be a matter through the Minister of Action complaints coming back and how enforcement. So yeah, I don't see that the motion adds any. We've got a responsibility to enforce that local law as it is. So yeah, I don't see that it needs to be in there.
Thank you, Mayor Otto.
Yeah, I've had direct conversations with people involved who've been affected by the burning of toxic materials, the burning of green materials in residential areas, causing all sorts of issues. And look, I'm just not prepared to just turn our back on that, turn our back on these people in the community and say, well, no, look, you're wrong. We are enforcing the local law. They're saying to us that we're not. So I'm a bit confused. Are we or aren't we? The community's saying we aren't. We're saying we are. So I'd like that clarified. I'd still like to see something here, General Manager May, that can give this council some sort of degree of confidence till we can go back to the community and say, yes, we are enforcing subordinate law 3. And if there's a reason we're not, I'd like to know why. Is it a resourcing issue or what? But I think, we needed something to go back to these people in the community who are feeling as though it's not being enforced. I understand we have an administrative appeals process in council, but we have had community members say that they're frustrated with that process. And that's why they come to their councillors and say, look, can you raise this in the council meeting for me? Because I've followed all the steps that you asked me to follow, and I'm still not getting an outcome. So, there are residents very concerned about this, and, I think we have got an obligation as the overseeing council to make sure that we are enforcing our local subordinate laws. We may well be. But if we aren't, we need to know why we aren't, so we can either change the law or we can resource the area to do so if there's a resourcing problem. So I won't be voting for this amendment because I think it takes away the intention of the original motion, which was to, review and make sure, I believe, that we are enforcing the local subordinate local law. Education campaign, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. But I also think that, we need to understand as a council very clearly, are we enforcing the local law? And if we aren't, why not? Because I'm getting conflicting messages between what I'm hearing here and what I'm hearing in the community. I'm not sure at this point in time what's really going on. So that's, as I said, I won't be supporting this, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So the first thing is I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's not 3, it's not subordinate law 3, isn't it subordinate law 4? Because I'm looking at 3 now and it says part 4 is fire and fire hazards, which includes regulation and lighting of and maintaining fires in the open fire hazards, which is 14 and 15 and 16. So it's on page, I don't know, it doesn't have page number. Yep. So I'm just
Yeah.
curious as to whether we've got the wrong number in there.
Oh, no, I think
Because
Mine's there,
what
like-
is subordinate law 3 then? Because subordinate, which is subordinate law 3?
through you, Madam Chair. So subordinate law or local law number 3 talks about community and environmental management. So
Yep.
whereas local law 4 talks about local government controlled areas and facilities. So if you're lighting a fire in a council park or on a council controlled facility, local law number
Yeah,
4.
but what is subordinate law 3?
Oh, so
I want this, subordinate law, because I'm looking at, because to me, the way we're talking, it sounds like subordinate law 3 sits under the local law number 3, but I'm looking at local law number 3, and the fire and fire hazards is actually part 4. I just want to make sure that we've got the right numbers down there.
yeah, we haven't got numbers in there. So you have the local law is the head of power, and the subordinate local law sits under there. So it is in both the local law, and so local law number 3 talks about fire and community hazards. Says that in a subordinate local law you can prohibit. So you can put those prohibitions in place. So that yes, the subordinate local law supports the local law 3.
So you're right with that. We're right with our numbers. So the other thing is, I know Mr. Mayor talks about, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor was talking about not doing this, but I've had community members that we have actually followed up on. But at the moment, I believe we've put a lot of pressure on our staff to cover overgrown allotments and things like that. And so I think there's a lot of work in that space still to be done, and I do appreciate the staff doing that. But I also am curious as to whether, because we are really short on staff in that area, everyone's having issues getting staff members. So is there going to be an issue? Do we need to get more staff on if we do, bring something like this on? To me, our staff are so flat out with dogs and overgrown allotments that we've probably nearly run out of staff to follow some of this work up. Thank you.
So is there any other discussion, or because in the amendment there's no reference to the local laws. In the amendment it's just talking about running an education, just an education around it, but not around enforcement. So which is probably it's contradicting the first motion was the lead part of the first motion was to actually enforce the local law. Now the amendment is just pulled all that part out. So is that still an amendment, or is it a foreshadowed motion?
If I could, Madam Chair, the amendment is as presented. So I would have thought we had to vote on the amendment. If the amendment gets through, that'll be the process. But, I won't be supporting it because, local subordinate law 3 does talk about public health and safety. And, if we've got people out there who are burning toxic materials in their backyards in town on a regular basis, their neighbours approach them and ask you kind not to do it, and they tell them to bugger off. They then ask the staff to come in and do an inspection or lodge a complaint. The staff, for whatever reasons, aren't always able to get there or address the issue. So people are left feeling as though they're powerless and they've got no way to deal with it. And I say to councillors, how would you like to live next door to someone that regularly burns toxic materials in their backyard, and that's flowing across into your home? I know I wouldn't want that. I'm not going to support this. I think we have to take we have to take the residents' concern here seriously, and I think we need to be satisfied that, what do we expect from local law 3, and are we enforcing it? Because I don't think it's acceptable to allow our residents to have to put their public health, their health at risk, because we're allowing people to get away with burning inappropriate materials in their backyards that's adversely affecting others. Now, if someone was in their backyard spraying chemicals around that are flying across into the neighbour's property, I'm sure that we would be onto it. Yet we seem to allow them to burn toxic materials and get away with it. And I think we've got a responsibility in our community to do better than that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little confused. I certainly recognise that we put local laws in place to protect the health and safety and well-being of our community. My question probably goes to, we've said that we're enforcing the laws as ad hoc complaints and things come in. I guess I'm trying to understand more about, and through you, General Manager O'May, what resources we actually have to respond to these kind of complaints. And perhaps we need to better understand how many of these sorts of complaints we actually receive on a regular basis. Do you have any intel? I know I've put you on the spot, but in that regard.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so no, we would have details. I just haven't got them at hand on the number of complaints. There's certainly not. We don't get an excessive number, but in saying that, it's not just one or two. We do get several. Of those complaints. But yeah, I just haven't got the specific figures in front of me.
So, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. This being the case, there's really not a lot of information in the report. I don't really understand the full extent of the number of complaints that we are receiving, and I certainly agree that if this is a really nuisance issue, that we need to prepare a targeted campaign and enforce the local laws. I would like to propose that the matter lay on the table until further information can be supplied about the issue. Until the next committee meeting.
So that's a procedural motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? That's 3 in favour. All those against? The procedural motion is lost. So we go back to the amendment. Councillor Henson.
I just, and I'll read a quote here from Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, and I touched on this before in relation to permits. You are not allowed to burn off in your backyard unless you have obtained a permit through the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, QFES. Burning off including burning garden or other rubbish in an incinerator on vacant land or a road reserve. So it comes back to a permit system again, that if these people are going to burn rubbish in their backyard, they must receive a permit. If they receive a permit, that permit will state also that they either will have to contact their local council or Firecom or both. I think that's pretty plain. So in the cases of backyard burning, it states there you must acquire a permit.
So thank you, Councillor Henson. So that's where this whole thing, the emails that I've got from one particular customer was saying that there was conflict between whether it was the fire brigades or whether it was council, and it got back to that it actually was council for in the backyard of residential and rural residential blocks, not the fire brigades. So that's where the confusion started. And then the other thing that in all that trail of emails that I saw, that was the fact that we were at some points the council has made comment, the officer has made comment that we're under-resourced to manage a lot of those complaints. So both those issues are what the problem is. So I just wanted to clarify with General Manager O'May about the actual, what Councillor Henson has said about whether it's actually the responsibility of the fire brigade.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so if it is that size fire that needs to have a permit, then yeah, definitely they've got to go through the Rural Fire Brigade. But if it is just a small fire, then you don't need a permit in the backyard if it is under that small thing. So council doesn't have a permit system, so you don't get a permit. It's just that it needs to be conducted in that nuisance-free manner in a enclosure that it's not going to escape and burn out the neighbouring paddocks sort of thing. So yeah, you don't need a permit for the small ones, but definitely when it triggers up to the size that the rural services are required to issue a permit.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you. Yeah, that wasn't referring to rural fire services. That quote was from Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. But I wonder, Councillor Jones, if you consider that in that amendment, council run an education program working with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and Firecom and any other stakeholders in relation to Local Law 3 and an education local law to the community targeting lighting and maintaining fires.
If you want to add that, you need to probably do it slowly so Kim can get it down.
The council run an education program in conjunction with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and Firecom, any other stakeholders, explaining Local Law 3 subdivision Law 3, subcoordinate Law 3 to the community targeting lighting fires and maintaining fires in rural, residential and residential areas.
So can everyone, so that's an amendment. So Councillor Jones, do you support the amendment?
Yes, I do, and if you want to add just on the end of that sentence there, and explaining ramifications of non-compliance.
Okay, did you, and explaining ramifications of non-compliance. So Councillor Erkins, do you support that amendment? Deputy Mayor Otto, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm going to speak against this again and play devil's advocate here because I can see where we're going with this. We send out an education notice that explains the ramifications. Are we then going to enforce those ramifications? Because the community will expect that we are. Now, the reality is that you don't have to get a permit for a small fire. Under 2 square metres, you can go ahead and light a fire in your backyard, in town, whenever you want, without a permit. That's my understanding. Now, that means that there's no QFES involvement or engagement, and that when you then report it to council, our response has been, according to a ratepayer, unless they're misleading me, which I don't think they are, that the response was, we don't have the resources to enforce subordinate law 3. So the residents then, they're in their home with toxic smoke flowing through their home, and, you know, surely we've got a responsibility to address that. Now, we can go out and do this education campaign, but there will be people who will read it and throw it in the bin. They'll probably throw it in the fire that's burning in their backyard. There will be people who'll do the right thing. How are we going to deal with the people that don't follow the fact sheet that we put out in the education campaign? How are we going to deal with them? Are we going to allow them to continue to what they do and so we haven't got the resources to do it? We either, to my view, we either change Local Law 3 and say it's fine to burn whatever you want in your backyard, or we enforce it. And if there's a resourcing issue, tell us there's a resourcing issue so we can deal with it as part of our budget deliberations, because I think this is an important health issue for our community that we need to take seriously. I can't support this amendment. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want to comment, General Manager O'May?
Yeah, I might just make a comment. I do. I probably am struggling a little bit with the amendment as it comes in now. If we're bringing QFES and Firecom, which are just a part of QFES, subordinate local law 3 is our component. So if we're doing a wider education about fires, then I think that's I certainly think we can do in consultation. But yeah, I'm a bit confused about what we're actually doing now. From an observation, how we can actually deliver that. We can certainly we control local law number 3. QFES will say that's your baby. They won't want to be interested in that sort of thing. So yes, I certainly think if we were doing a public education campaign about lighting of fires in relation to local law 3, it would be a good idea to include information, that we can get from QFES, because we are talking about. We could include that once you get over that 2 square metres. I'm just probably getting, and whether we are coming back, like whether this is all about one issue, a particular issue, that like the enforcement of the issue, if we're getting the issue that we haven't got resources, like it's difficult to sit here when we're just not aware of the situation, and we've been, told that we're not doing a role or something when, can't comment on this particular case. So, I'm just not sure. Just with the, if we're doing specifically local law 3, that's a council matter, but if we're going wider and on council's responsibilities and QFES, then we would be in conjunction with them.
Is there any other comments? Because I agree with what General Manager O'May has said. Then it starts to become too confusing, and I also agree with what Mayor Otto has said about the enforcement, because that was where this issue started from. That's at the top of this whole motion I put forward originally, was about enforcing local law 3 and subordinate local law 3, and the situation is apparently we wouldn't be having all these complaints if we were enforcing them. So there obviously is, whether it's a resourcing issue, but there's some issue around that. So that is why I'm also not going to support the amendment. So if there's no more discussion, we might go to the vote. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Taking on board what GM said, and he makes a good point. The QFES and FIRECOM, that's not their responsibility, it's the council. So whether or not we drop that out, but we've had conversation around that this long enough, and seriously, I've had issues in Blackbutt and all that sort of stuff, and I've had no worries about, and people have rang me and thanked me about this, sorting it out and all that, and it goes back to what Councillor Egan said, people talk to each other eventually and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, not disregarding safety facts at all. And like, I've sat in this chamber and every time we've had something like this, let's put out a flyer to educate them and all that, right? Yes. Anyway, so I guess if Councillor Erkins is happy to second the motion, leaving out the QFES and all that was added, and that to go, and I'm happy to go to the vote. So yeah, just deal with it how we deal with it. If it gets up, it gets up. If it doesn't, it doesn't go back.
Okay, so Ian, to take out that last part, and then does Councillor Erkins support that?
Yeah, I was happy to take that bit out. But the bottom line is, we've been sitting here discussing this for I don't know how long. And if you've got a bad neighbour, you've got a bad neighbour. And it doesn't matter how many rules and laws we are going to make, your neighbour's still going to be a bad neighbour. The bottom line is, the rules are there. If they have an issue, they ring council. If council don't look at it, then they can ring their councillor, who can then go to the general manager and ask them, are they enforcing it? But as I said, a bad neighbour is a bad neighbour. We're wasting our time trying to fix everybody's small problems while we're not concentrating on things we really should be doing. I mean, there are options for people to carry. Someone has contacted me. They have a bad neighbour who lights fires all the time. They have spoken to council. They're on acreage, but it's within the area. It's a small one. He was advised by the fire lot to ring 000 next time he did it, which he did. The fire brigade went out and put it out. The next time he lit it, they said they've issued him a permit. So, I mean, people can get around it. If people are not thinking of their neighbours, they're not thinking of our neighbours. We can't make a rule to cover every little thing. We'd be here forever. And people are always going to break them anyway. So, I mean, I'm happy we run an education program explaining it. We'd be nice about it, and let's hope that your people are just not aware of it. If it was my neighbour doing it, I know I'd go over and knock on the door and bloody tell them.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Deputy
I
Mayor Otto.
respectfully disagree wholeheartedly with Councillor Erkins. When you have a bad neighbour causing a nuisance in contravention of a law of the council, we have an obligation to enforce it. Now, if you have a neighbour who's breaking the law, you don't go over and tell them, you report it to the police. If you have a neighbour who's breaking a council local law, Yes, you try and talk to them, and if they're not going to be cooperative, then you report it to the council. And I believe we've got a responsibility to follow it up. We can't just throw this back in the lap of our residents. And yes, it has been discussed too long. My view is we should have supported the original motion and said, yes, let's make sure we are enforcing subordinate local law 3, and let's also do an education campaign, do the campaign and then follow up with enforcement, because that's part of our regulatory role as a council, not to throw it back in the lap of our residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think, yeah, I 100% agree. I don't, and Councillor Erkins, with respect, I don't think that the health and safety and welfare of our residents is a small issue. I think it's a big issue, and I think if people have come to, and they've come to me, and they've come to the mayor, and they've come to different people complaining that we're not following up with these issues and not enforcing the local law, that it wouldn't hurt to actually put it and say that that's where it's front and centre. It's part of what we think we need to be doing. And so I agree that with the mayor, what's wrong with saying that we enforce it, because that's been the issue. We have just been, obviously in some cases, there's been grey areas and we haven't been strongly enforcing it. So this council then is saying, well, it's important to us. Let's look at it and let's see if we can be more proactive in enforcing it. So I think we've had sufficient debate. I'll allow Councillor Jones to close for the amendment. We'll put it to the vote. So we're voting on the amendment. All those in favour? So that's 4. All those against? 4-3. The amendment becomes the motion. So we'll now vote on the motion.
Madam Chair, I'm allowed to speak, aren't I, on the substantive motion?
I'll ask yes.
Thank you. Look, again, I'd ask councillors to please reconsider this. You know, we have an oversight role. That's why you have a council. We're elected representatives to not just develop and implement policies and laws, but to ensure that our organisation is delivering on the compliance of those laws. And I think this is an important part of our role. It's not a small issue for the people who are affected. And look, to be perfectly honest, if it was me, I would hope that my council would support me in saying, look, okay, let's give a direction to the staff that we'd like you to enforce these local laws. And if you're having resourcing issues, please come back and tell us so we can consider that fairly. So again, I'd speak against this motion, Madam Chair, and I'd ask my colleagues to please reconsider your position. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is a resourcing issue. Every local law that council has, our response and our ability to enforce it and be compliant comes down to a resourcing issue. And us as councillors, the 7 of us set the budget. The 7 of us decide how we're going to reinvest ratepayer funds in the operations of council. I don't disagree. I absolutely believe that local laws are critical to the way in which residents live in our community. And I do believe that we have a role to enforce them. And I do believe that comes back to us as councillors taking accountability for the realities that we cannot, we are struggling to employ compliance officers. It is a role that I myself have the utmost respect for, because I myself live in this community and I could not do that job. Imagine knocking on people's doors, telling them that you've received complaints and trying to remediate these issues, and often with difficult, complex neighbourhood situations, often in instances of mental health, often in instances where families don't have support around them to help them work through these processes, where people are really genuinely struggling. That's normally when our compliance officer knocks on the door. I'm not supportive of either of these motions because they haven't followed a proper process. I'm also not supportive of them because I recognise that we as councillors set the budget. So when we decide to cut operational costs, we are accepting the reality that we're not going to be able to jump every time somebody calls us with a complaint. And we need to get honest with our community about that. I'm not supporting this motion, either one of these motions, because I think this is poor decision-making. I think this is actually taking us as councillors away from our governance role, a very important role. We are the board, we sit at the top of this council and we make the decisions. We make the funding decisions. The reason why issues like this exist is because we cut budgets or we can't increase rates. And these are really difficult, complex conversations to be had, and to be quite honest, I would rather invest my time and energy in those conversations so that we're gearing up this organisation, our people, our teams for success, and that we're actually taking into consideration their side of the story, the facts. I want to know, how many of these complaints do we receive? Is it worth spending ratepayer funds on a comms officer? We don't have a comms officer currently with council, so we're going to have to either outsource this or use one of our existing staff to try to put together an educational campaign. How will we know it's successful? What will the investment in this deliver? Will it fix the problem? No. The problem is that we don't have enough people stepping up into compliance officer roles, that we are struggling to recruit compliance officers, and this is a much bigger issue that we as councillors should be discussing. Not whether we can fund educational campaigns to try to let people know what they should do better. I absolutely believe we all have a duty of care to our neighbours. If you live in a street and you're burning something that's toxic, you should know better. Absolutely. I'm worried this is tying up resources that we simply do not have for a campaign that may not deliver on the aspirations or the goals of what we're actually talking about here. What we're talking about here is a resourcing and a budgeting issue, and we're constantly constrained, and the cost shifting of governments is making decisions like these become more and more frequent in our council chamber. It's not focusing on the things that matter, on the strategic issues that sets up our organisation for success. So I'm not supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
I believe we already have the rules in place. I believe that council do work on them if they get a complaint. I just wonder how many of those people that are complaining to you have actually gone through and put in their complaints, and if they have you followed up through the appropriate channels to see whether they're doing it? I just see the whole thing as a complete waste of our time sitting here arguing something we already have the rules in place. Why are we here arguing about it? If it's not being complied with, you need to follow it up through the proper channels, I believe, not be here, wasting everyone's time.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I don't believe, with respect, that we are wasting people's time when we're talking about safety of our residents and concerns, and a number of community members have raised these concerns. So it's not a matter of just going, oh, that's okay, we'll just continue with the status quo. I believe, as has been articulated by the Mayor, that this is not where we want to be with our council. We've got to try and address these issues. And so I'm also against the motion. So I might take it to the Deputy Mayor Jones.
Is this the wrap-up, councillor, before we go to the
yes,
vote?
this will be the wrap-up.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We've all agreed on one thing in this whole conversation. We've spent way too much time on it. Look, the whole procedure, the resourcing is there, okay? I believe that the staff is doing the best possible job. Now, what I'm hearing is that yourself and the Mayor have had one, maybe two, I don't know. The indication was that you've had a customer, your words, councillor, that you had a person come to you out of the community. I've had 3 or 4 people that I've dealt with in Blackbutt that I've been fined. Councillor Potter here beside me tells me that she's followed up on a few issues that seem to be being handled good. So the resourcing problem is an issue, Councillor Shoemaker, for sure. And we have an obligation to resource and fully fill all the positions, but at the moment we don't have them. And I believe that the staff are doing the best they possibly can under the conditions they're working with and the shortage of staff. And every other time that I sit in this chamber, everyone wants to send out an education program and tell them what they're doing wrong, how to do it. Why is this any different? This is the step to say, right, this is what you need to do, and these are the rules and the ramifications if you don't operate under the laws of 3 and subordinate law 3, they have no comeback. In a perfect world, when we get fully resourced and we go out and enforce these, we can then say, well, we give you fair education and you should know. And I'm not disputing any claims about workplace, or not workplace health and safety, but health and safety for people. But there's been comments made in this room this morning, this shouldn't have even, it should have been a customer request or something like that and followed up. How these notices of motion, some of these notices of motion we're going to be dealing with later. Like customer request, like it's taking up a lot of time in this chamber where we should be responding to serious, I'm just totally blown away with the amount of time that we spent on this, and the whole process of my amendment was to get the process out there, understanding fully that we have a resource shortage and we can't do any better than what we're doing. The staff are doing the best they possibly can. And yes, there's going to be disappointed people. There always is in the community. There always is in life. Like, seriously. Thank you. That's all I've got to say.
So we'll now put it to the vote. So we're voting on the amendment which has become the motion. So all those in favour? Yeah, it's a substantive motion. All those in favour? 4 in favour. All those against? 3 against. So the motion has been carried. Okay, so now I'm going to move... yes. So now I'm going to move that a motion that a report be brought back to the next committee meeting on the number of local law 3 complaints and how we are addressing them. And I'm seeking a seconder. So Councillor Shoemaker. So I'd like to speak to the motion. So I think that we've had certainly adequate discussion, but I do support what Councillor Shoemaker was saying about the fact that a lot of this is we haven't got enough information. If we can get the information as to how many complaints we're talking about, and then we can start looking at whether we are resourcing it adequately. So that's the background to my motion. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I would actually like to propose that you add in there that the report be brought back in relation to all local law complaints, and that we receive some information about current resourcing and resourcing challenges. Because I don't believe focusing on one area is going to solve this problem.
So just a question to General Manager O'May, what's that look like as far as all the local laws? That could be a massive job.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We have another motion. Could I just suggest that be a question on notice, because that's virtually what's being asked for in this motion, is what's happened. So why not make that a question on notice?
So the motion that I've moved was the original one, and then Councillor Shoemaker suggested an amendment. But I was mostly targeting just that local law 3 complaint. So I just think that that this is a specific issue, and that we were talking about a specific issue, not all local laws. That's my, perhaps as as Councillor Henshin has suggested, that's probably different. We're looking for a different outcome with that, because this was just about specifically local law 3 complaints and how we are addressing them. So I'm not prepared to support that change.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, just a question. It's the local law complaint you're talking about backyard burning, because there are, like, unsightly allotments, overgrown tornado, are all part of local law 3. So I think if you're targeting backyard burning, it needs to specify that, otherwise it will be needing,
Yep.
motion is to
Happy
request.
to change that on the number of local law 3 complaints relevant to backyard burning. It's just to get this in perspective. It wasn't about, because there's just so many local laws and so many subordinate local laws, that changes the whole intent of the motion. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. Look, we employ managers to manage council's operations, and our role as councillors is to set the strategy and the budget. And I would like to better understand, whilst knowing how many we're receiving and how we're progressing them, could be helpful in terms of targeting your educational campaign. It doesn't tell me as a councillor where the real bottlenecks are in terms of addressing issues and complaints relating to local laws. And I guess my thinking is a little bit more bigger picture and more strategic around, as we're leading into budget conversations, if we are being overwhelmed by complaints in relation to local laws and our inaction to them, I would like to understand what that looks like and how we actually set this organisation up for success, how we resource it. So sort of just focusing in on backyard burning really is just going to influence, I imagine, as a communication specialist, I imagine you're going to use that information to target your educational campaign. It's not going to help us as councillors to actually make decisions about budget and resourcing. And as I said, we employ managers to oversee the management of how we're progressing these complaints. If there are issues and they're not being progressed properly, it's likely they're systematic or they're management issues, and there's something that we need to certainly give our team and our general managers the time to address. So I'm probably a bit torn with this motion, because it's really only going to support the purposes of developing a communication campaign.
So I'm happy to support a second dot point if you agree to that we have another report on all of the local law complaints and how we are progressing them as a second dot point, so that we address that specific one about
Point of order, Chair, point of order. Like, the whole conversation is around the notice of motion, and now, like, this is just getting bigger than Ben Hur. Like, you talk about tying up staff and like, we initially started off, you moved the motion, and now we're moving to all reports on every local law. That's a workshop in itself. Can we just specifically target the conversation that's been had today, and on take Councillor Shoemaker's points and the whole of the local laws, but how many have we got, and how many subordinate laws have we got?
Well, I might just ask that through to General Manager May. Is that report on all of the local laws? Is that a huge job to get the how many we're dealing with and how we're addressing them?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I certainly see the motion we're talking about. If we're just following up on those specific backyard burning, there's not we can follow that up relatively quickly, bring a report back to the April Standing Committee. If we are looking at further local laws and resourcing and that, I probably do agree that is a budget discussion, so that probably is something that should be referred to, that we need to look at in the budget. We're going to be talking through the budget deliberations around review of our local laws in the next budget. So, yeah, if we are going to be looking at that certainly is a larger body of work, looking at our local laws and the resourcing. But it is a body of work that we do need to do for the budget. Otherwise, we will be here in another couple of months, sort of with the same issues, that we're not addressing the local laws to councils, the standard of service councils looking at. So something like backyard burning, if the standard we're looking for, and we're talking about resourcing, if we want to be able to respond to a Saturday afternoon complaint because someone's lit a fire, that will have significant resourcing implications, having sort of staff on 24-hour call, if that's the standard of service that we are looking at. So, yeah, it is, for a small issue, we are, yeah.
So is it possible then to change that to be brought back for budget deliberations in second dot point, and the first dot point is to come back for the to the next standing committee? Would you be happy with that, Councillor Shoemaker?
Well, my question is, I imagine if we've received a complaint relating to a local law, that it should be captured in our customer service system, and it shouldn't be overly onerous to pull that data from the system. My concern is more about the root cause. We are in the weeds here. We are running around with the whippersnippers. We are talking about an issue and concern that's been raised from members of our community to councillors. The reality is, though, that us as councillors, our role is to resource this organisation and set appropriate budget to deliver on the aspirations and the service delivery standards. I know we're doing a lot of work in relation to reviewing our service standards. The root cause of this issue and the whole reason why we're down in the weeds is because we're not setting an appropriate budget to resource this area with enough people to respond to the complaints. I would like to understand how many complaints are we actually receiving, how many people do we actually need to respond to these, and what does that look like in preparation for our budget. So I'm talking about the big picture, because that's our role as councillors, to set the big picture and to work on the strategy to address these issues so that we don't end up in the weeds. I'm talking about the root cause of this problem comes down to the fact that we're not resourcing the organisation with the budget and the people it needs to respond to the local laws complaints that we receive. I want to understand how many local laws complaints we actually receive and how many people we actually need to deliver on that standard so that we can actually enforce the laws as we've discussed today.
Thank you. Mayor Otto?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to direct this, if I could, and certainly seek the counsel of our governance specialists here as to the Local Government Act, Section 12(4)(c). 12(4)(c) says that the mayor may direct the CEO, and then it makes reference to it then links you back to Section 170, which says in relation to a resolution of the council. So the mayor can't direct the CEO unless is given that unless it's in pursuance of or in response to a resolution of the council. So I'm wondering, is a local law, a subordinate local law, swept up as part of Section 170 as being a resolution of council? If the mayor then becomes aware that the matter isn't being followed up in accordance with that local law, does the mayor then have the authority to be able to have a conversation with the CEO to say, hey, CEO, is there a problem here? Why aren't we enforcing the local law? And can I then direct the CEO in accordance with Section 12(4)(c) to then go out and enforce that local law in that particular matter? So that's probably a question. I'm happy to take that on notice, Mr. CEO. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I think what we're talking about here is absolutely a budget issue. You know, if there's a resourcing issue, then it needs to be articulated in the department's budget and brought back to the budget committee meeting when we're discussing the resourcing of our compliance section. Because it is. This is absolutely. So I think there's two issues here. One, there's the enforcement of the local law and the mayor's responsibility in making sure that that's happening. Is that the mayor's role? Number two, this should be on the agenda for the budget meeting when we talk about the compliance OPEX budget. But happy to seek the advice of Mr. CEO, or happy to take it on notice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. CEO, would you like to comment?
Yeah, Councillor, I thought you would have been a bit further along, so my apologies again. So we had a very positive meeting that we've been to, so which is, anyway, we'll brief councillors later, but a very positive meeting. So can I go, and probably I would have said before I left, but I'll go back in very broad terms. So the mayor can direct the CEO in accordance with a council resolution or council document, and the local laws are. So if the mayor, we already have a range of customer requests that we follow up and different local law matters that come through. But yeah, so short answer, mayor, if it's a local law or something that's a council adopted policy, plan or resolution, yes. Then we'd keep a formal register of that request and direction, and normally, thankfully, we have relationships where it doesn't end up in that space. The broad topic of where I would have went to before I left, other than I thought this would have been, again, anyway, be very, very careful in this space because the enforcement of local laws is the Ombudsman regularly tells me when we have a complaint and it ends up through the administration action complaint of the Ombudsman, the law is the law, Mark, and you don't have discretion in how you enforce it. Now, in saying that, staff triage local law complaints as to order of priority, and there are a range of things out there in Act and regulations that I'm just writing, but basically it's beyond our capacity at the point to deal with all the issues at any given point in time, and to get to a service level that you would deal with every issue at every given point in time. And dare I go back to shipping containers, and not to get into that debate today, definitely not to get into that debate today, but there is a degree of judgments that's utilised in local law complaints in the same aspect of that as to what we prosecute and what we don't. Now, in burning in the backyards, I know for a fact, like environmental health officers have been out and seen some of our more problematic ones. If there's one that slipped through the net somewhere, sincere apologies for it, because and certainly the debate that I heard beforehand is the summer issues are more prevalent because windows are open. There's a range of things. But I would caution against a broad brush approach that all in local laws will be enforced 100% all the time, because you're resourcing and then you will end up with unintended consequences of areas that you possibly aren't thinking that you will get into, because those local laws have a fair degree. And there is a degree of that we will respond to a complaint. And it's probably a long answer to your question, Mayor, I'm sorry, but there is a number of these where we respond to complaints rather than proactively going out and enforcement. And so if there was, and the dog discussion the other day of doing the proactive inspections, you can do those sorts of things under local laws. You can, yeah, and I think General Manager May said before, on a Saturday afternoon, some of that stuff we won't deal with it on the Saturday. Staff will deal with it in a work day because of overtime and a whole raft of issues. So there is, happy to bring reports back, happy to consider it in the budget process and go where, but there is the local law enforcement carries its own weight, and if there's a complaint and an issue at some point in time, particularly when it goes through the administrative action complaint process and ends up with the Ombudsman, there is enforcement action undertaken. But yeah, long answer to your question is, yeah, it would be if there was ever a case where that was required, yeah, it would be in a direction that would be accepted and followed up.
Thank you, CEO Mark. General Manager, I may just like to make a comment. He's added a dot point.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Schumacher, I've just added that third dot point as an option for instead of dot point 2. Is that your intention?
That is exactly my intention. I absolutely recognise that we have a responsibility and that the level of enforcement will always differ depending on the circumstance. That's the case with any law. What I'm talking about here is the fact that we're even having this discussion about burning in a backyard is because we're really unaware of how we respond, what that triaging looks like, whose boots are actually on the ground and able to deliver on these. I want to be clear on that service standard, and I know we're working on that. Yes, I'm talking about the resourcing because that's what we as a council, that's what we decide.
Thank you. I think we've had enough discussion on this. Is everyone happy now to go to the vote on this particular motion? Everyone happy to go to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? Carried 6-1. Now we'll move on to item number 6.3. So this one is that the committee recommends to council, the council investigates options for vegetation control on roadside infrastructure, including mowing technology utilised in the horticultural industry, if applicable, and seeking advice from a suitably qualified agronomist, liaising with representative landholders and considering programs implementing by neighbouring councils, including Western Downs. So I move that and I seek a seconder. seconded Deputy Mayor Jones. So this was brought to our committee meeting. It was our Community Engagement Day meeting, and it was a landholder was concerned about the spread of weeds with our current spraying program. So we spray around the guideposts, and he was concerned about the spread of particularly flea bane and other weeds. And so that's where this motion has come from. So I'll just open it up to the floor. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I was in that committee or Community Engagement Day, and I left that meeting thinking that it was all going to take process through the operational side of things. And when I saw this come to the table as a notice of motion, I just thought, well, why is it here? Why are we discussing this? Because I honestly thought that it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, through you, Chair, to GM O'Meehan, when we left that meeting, I thought that your section or you people were going to address this and have a conversation. I think that we spoke to the gentleman that we're talking about. I think the conversation was had that, yeah, we'd contact you and all that sort of stuff. Also along, not only with the chemical spraying and all that sort of stuff, but with the roadworks that he's concerned about down there with the flood and all that sort of stuff. So I don't think there's much conversation to be needed to have here, because seriously, I thought this was going straight through to our operational side of council, and it was going to be taken, and exactly what you're asking there in the recommendation notice of motion, I thought there was already going to be addressed. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused at why this one's made it to the table.
Any other discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Can I just ask, in our spraying program, do we spray lantana on the sides of the road? Because it's pretty well out of control.
So, General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do some spraying. There is limited spraying because it's probably a lower classification weed to things like giant's rat's tail, parthenium. So we do have a small containment program we have done up in the northern end of the Shire that has been for a long time, but yeah, it is a lower priority. So we don't necessarily do a lot, and yeah, it's more in those areas where we have done previously, where we've cleared a reserve and we're just trying to keep it on, but not as a general rule. We don't do it across the board.
So thank you, General Manager O'May. So just on that, as Deputy Mayor Jones has said, that was discussed at the Community Engagement Day, but can we have some timelines around that so that we can, maybe a report be brought back? I'll just ask General Manager Meehan to comment.
Oh yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I'll just look at my calendar. Pete, Kevin and myself actually have a meeting set down for the 14th to have a look at that. The mowing one is complex, to be honest. I think that's a longer view to look at what that solution might be if we'd move to an alternative machine. That is a lot of work for us to go through. I think what I said on the day of the meeting, from our point of view, we'd be happy to meet with an agronomist and maybe bring that back to council around the spray mixture. Obviously, we have some friends at Western Downs we can have a chat to if there is an alteration of that mix. We'll probably also have a discussion with TMR as well, noting that Pete's comments at that meeting around residual chemical use and that sort of stuff. Be fair to say, I think if we're using, you want to try and use the same chemical to solve the issue on both sets of roads. So from a time frame, look, if we're happy with that, we'd probably be happy to bring back a meeting to the, a report back to, or an update back to the May Standing Committee, if that was all right, just in around to what action we've taken in relation to that and where we've gone forward, and probably have a bit of consultation with a few landowners. I've got the gentleman's details from last week that was sent through to me. He emailed me last week as well.
Thank you. So brought back to the May Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting. You happy for that dot point? Okay, so any other discussion around this particular motion? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not in relation to the motion, but I have a question on notice that, and as Councillor Jones alluded to, there's work going on in this space, but could we, and the question be, what is council and the contractors actually using and at what rate?
So we'll take that as a question on notice.
Probably add it to
just
the
if you-
report, if that's okay, Madam Chair. We'll collate that information about what we spray, what we have been spraying, and what we recommend we spray together, if that's okay. Yep.
So just, councillor Henson, CEO Mark just wanted you to repeat that question on notice.
Sorry, Mr CEO, yeah, what chemical are our contractors / council using and at what rate?
So we'll take that as a question on notice. And General Manager Meehan has said that he will include that in the report. So is there any other discussion around this particular motion? So councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. So this is, again, we're talking about service standards here. We're doing a review of our service standard catalogue, and I imagine, and I know in the previous discussions we've had about roadside slashing, we've received extensive information in relation to the costs. I'm picturing this as a change in our service standard, and I'm imagining that this will come at some level of cost or would be a change of practice. By all means, I'm happy for an update to be brought back to the standing committee meeting, but I'm very mindful, again, this comes back to, at the end of the day, budget resourcing and how we enable our organisation to manage priorities like this. So by all means, happy for the budget report to come back. I was really grateful, as we all were, for the feedback received at the Community Engagement Day, and certainly I think this aligns with Council's consistent practice of always trying to improve its programs, its services for the residents of our region. So by all means, I'm happy for the report to be brought back.
Any other discussion? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 6.4, Staines Road, Blackbutt. And that's Councillor Mayor Otto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd now like to move that the committee recommends to Council that the unmade 2 kilometre section of Staines Road up to the intersection with Packer Road and the connector road from Gilliland Crescent to Staines Road are reclassified as formed roads, and works undertaken prior to 30 June 2023 to bring up to a trafficable standard. Thank you.
So do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Jones, would you like to speak, Mayor Otto, to your motion?
I would indeed, Madam Chair. Thank you. So we have had residents come into our Community Engagement Day and put their case forward and articulate to us as their councillors the issues with this road in relation to emergency exit and entry, particularly concerns around bushfires. It is a heavily timbered part of our region down there around Blackbutt, Barak and Taramio more broadly. And I do know that in our 22-23 Capital Works program, we have taken out a number of projects, which has freed up some funding. And I know that Council is keen to make sure that funding does stay in the roads area, as Councillor Jones has said before. So I was convinced, having listened to the residents, that this is a real safety concern. And I do know that there's 50 or 60 unmade, unformed roads on our list. We don't have a process for actually establishing a hierarchy on them at this stage. There's no hierarchy criteria. So I suppose that might be something we can develop into the future. But at this point, in the absence of a hierarchy, I would think that resident safety, the access into the area for emergency vehicles, access out for people is really important, and that this should, on that basis, be given exceptional circumstances treatment and included. So with that, I'd keen to hear the comments of my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Chair, thanks, Mayor Otto, for finally seeing the significance of this road. As I mentioned, I've been trying to get this road on this register for I don't know how long with the infrastructure, but and we all know that I put this road up as a very serious option. And look, I'm not going to I'm not going to vote against it. I'd be stupid to, because I've been fighting for it. But I have a question, and Mayor Otto just said that we have taken projects out of our budget operations already this year to free up some money, simply because correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason we've dropped them out is because we probably can't supply or produce them before the end of the financial year. So to have this road completed by the end of June, where are we? Obviously, Councillor Mayor Otto has indicated that we have funds there now, but what is going to be dropped out, or how is this going to affect our process moving forward? Obviously, I support fully we get it done as soon as we possibly can, but noting that the comments that we have dropped some projects out simply because I think we can't deliver them before the end of the financial year. So what effect, or how do we, what effect does it have on the infrastructure program and the operational side of things? Through you, Chair.
So I might go to General Manager Meehan.
Excuse me. Through you, Madam Chair, I just wondering if the Mayor considered just subject to approvals, so relevant approvals. So we may need environmental approvals to clear some of that thing. So I think from our point of view, best efforts is what's expected. So just if you wouldn't mind, if the council was happy to add that, just subject to appropriate approvals required. I'm just mindful some of these areas we go into are unconstructed road reserve, and
So are you
we
happy
have had
with that,
trouble in the past.
Mayor Otto? You happy with that addition? And Deputy Mayor Jones, yes. So any further discussion?
Just just to answer the question from the councillor, if I may, Chair, it'll be neither an internal or external resource, which will come from somewhere in our program. So it may be that we hold back on a Reaper project, or it'll have to be in resource somewhere within our region to provide that resource. Just from a budget point of view, expectations, because I know Susan will visit me later. Intention would be to fund that in the third quarter review. So it would come back in from the savings in the previous one in the third quarter review, just so.
So did you want to add that to the motion?
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I think by default our process is that if council was resolved to do this, it would automatically be swept up by our accountants in the third quarter budget amendment, budget revision that they would present. So I would imagine that would be a part of our process automatically.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Hedgen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, fully supportive of it. And the ladies that came a week or 10 days ago with their presentation and the need for it being a safety issue there, an entry and exit into that area, completely supportive. But I just make this chamber aware that even though we might have some capital works, that money there this year, it's going to be an ongoing cost and a budgetary requirement in following years, tacking on another 2 kilometres of road. So just a comment more than anything. Thank you.
Any other discussion? So I just wanted to say that I was part of that community engagement day and heard the people who live along that road, and I think it's a safety issue, and I'm supportive of the motion. So, did you want to wrap up, Mayor Otto? No. Okay. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously, but just the Councillor Shoemaker's not in the room. So carried. Okay, so six votes to 1. Oh, sorry, is that regardless? That's 6-0, isn't it? Yeah, it was unanimous vote. So now we're going on to 6.1, Nistrom Road Buoy. And I'll hand over to Mayor Otto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Councillor Schumacher and I have had conversations with some residents on that road, and they've approached us in relation to the matters there. So the motion is that the committee recommends to council that council officers provide a report to the Infrastructure and Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting to be held on the 5th of April 2023, outlining the process for adding the unformed 1.7 kilometre section of Nistrum Road Buoy to council's form roads register and consequent annual maintenance program, the scope of works required to be undertaken to upgrade this 1.7 kilometre section of road reserve to the minimum rural unsealed road standard, the estimated capital cost of such works and funding options available to council in the 23-24 budget, and the number of rateable allotments on Nistrum Road Buoy. I'd now like to move that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So again, we have 50 or 60 unformed roads across our region. We don't have a hierarchy process to prioritise them at this point in time. So I guess they are things that we have to deal with on a case-by-case basis, at least at this stage of our process in dealing with these roads. And we do have, as I said, 50 or 60 of them across the region. This one, I think, does warrant further investigations from conversations that we've had as councillors with the people on the road. There is at least 6 families living on that road. Well, there are 6 families, I believe, living on that road. And I believe that there's more than 6 rateable properties there. The residents have endeavoured to try and do a little bit of work themselves and make an effort to help out. But of course, you know, to make it into a proper road up to the suitable standard, then that would be a matter for council. So I'm really just keen to see us explore it. Let's have a look at what works are required to be undertaken. Let's have a look at what that might cost so we can make an informed decision on this particular road. That's really what the intention is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thank you. I was unable to attend this. I had an invitation, but I was on our way back from a meeting in Biggin on that day and didn't get back in time. But this road, what I've been able to discover, that the properties that the Mayor is referring to, Chair, is they have other accesses onto other roads. So I believe that this one particular person that you've met with, Harches Road, and there's another road out there that I just can't think of now, that these properties, I believe, well, the information I've got is that they all front onto these other roads and they have access out. So the people that live up there do back onto it. They don't necessarily need that Nistrum's Road to be formed, is what my information. But have we got that other road? What's the other road? Mount Hope Road. Anyway, yeah, so there's roads there, accesses, and yeah, so look, it's asking for a report, and I'm happy to support it simply on the fact that we're asking for a report to the infrastructure meeting to come back in April. I'm happy to support this motion today, but I just want to put some of my views across the work or the information that I see, that these other blocks do have access onto other roads, and I believe that they do use them. I'd stand corrected again if I'm wrong, but there's this one particular person up that unformed road of Nistrum, unformed part of Nistrum's Road, that you could almost say that we're providing a driveway. I know it's a road reserve and all that sort of stuff, but I think that that one particular property is the only one that has an issue with getting out and needs that particular part of that Nistrum's Road to be formed up. So happy to be corrected and have any other comments from the staff, Chair, but like I say, it is only asking for a report, and I'm happy for that report to be brought back, and so I'll support that motion today. But they're just some of the views I have on this particular issue.
General Manager Mayor, would you like to comment?
Yeah, through you, Chair. We're happy to bring back a report. I think that puts all the information there, and we'll get that together.
Thank you. So I think, would you like to wrap up, Mayor Otto? Or Councillor Shoemaker, sorry.
Thank you. I think this comes back to the unformed road policy. And to be honest, I'm not a fan of the unformed road policy. The reason I'm not a fan of the unformed road policy is because there is a list this long of unformed roads in the region. And the reality is that in this instance, the landholder that I've been contacted with has built a house on an unformed road, and at the time had thought that because he was constructing a house, that council through our development and planning process would have advised the infrastructure team and he would end up with a road. Now, you and I both know that that's not in the unformed road policy, and it's why I'm not a supporter of the unformed road policy. I've got here the report that our council received in May last year that talks to the number of kilometres of unformed roads in the region. And I still strongly hold the view that we need to work through this long list of roads. And we know that's going to cost money, but the reality is there are people living in houses on every one of these long list of roads who are struggling with the same issues. And I've driven Nystrom Road after the wet. I've met with these residents 3 times out on their road, and I've driven it, and I can tell you I nearly got my Raptor bogged, which you have to be in pretty serious terrain to get a Raptor bogged. The challenge with this road is the drainage. There are significant areas that will require proper culverts, and I can see why previous councils years ago perhaps haven't done this road. Look, I definitely want to find out more about this this section of road. I want to find out what we could potentially do, how we might be able to partner with the landholder to achieve this outcome within the current unformed roads policy. But I'm mindful the problem won't go away, and none of these problems will go away until we start actually funding every year a section of our maintenance or our capital works program to form these unformed roads. So by all means, supportive, as I've said, I've met the landholders 3 times. They're of the view, and rightly so, that they pay rates, that they deserve access to their property, that they've built a beautiful home on the property, and I don't disagree with any of their concerns. I also know that they've had their granddaughter who comes to visit. They have to actually meet them down on the corner of the road, because while you can go that long way around that Councillor Jones has spoken about here today, it's really not ideal when you live only a short distance from Kingaroy. So by all means, like we've done with streets like Whelan Street in Hivesville and Myers Road here in Kingaroy, I'm by all means happy to get the information and see what we can do. But my real concern is that time and time again, and I acknowledge our staff, they go out there and they have these difficult conversations with residents. They say, this is the policy that council has set out. It's their role to be the bearer of bad news. The reality is, unless we change that policy and our approach to unformed roads, we will again be criticised for cherry picking a road above all others, with no framework or methodology as to how. And I certainly do empathise with the residents on that road. They were misinformed. I think we could perhaps change our practices in that regard, and I have had conversations with GM Meehan and GM O'May about that. But I am genuinely concerned about how we address the same issue for all of these people here.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mayor Otto, to close.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll close fairly quickly. Yeah, look, this is just one issue of many, as we've said here today, across our region, and perhaps whether we could, Mr. CEO, respectfully request that we could consider this matter when we when we look to finalise our operational plan for 23-24, to perhaps include in there a review of the unformed roads policy and consider the establishment of a hierarchy. If we could perhaps take that on board, I'd be really grateful. I think, and we can perhaps then consider it when we look to adopt our 23-24 operational budget, because, yeah, you're right. I mean, otherwise we're just going to keep on cherry picking these roads without a proper framework around it. Certainly, this one, absolutely recommend it to the chamber. Look, we do have residents living up there. As Councillor Shoemaker said, they've tried to do the right thing all the way along, going through all the proper processes with council. It's extremely challenging to get up that road reserve. I know Manager Searle's had a look at it as well. Thank you, Manager Searle. And if we can get a report, let's have a look at it and let's give it due consideration. Really appreciate your support. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. So we'll go to the vote for the motion as presented. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we'll go to morning tea. So Councillor Henson has moved that. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins, all those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll go to morning tea and we'll come back at 10:30. Thank you. To 1. Who voted against? Mayor Otto voted against going to morning tea. Second that. Councillor Henson, all those in favour? Against? Mayor Otto, are you in favour of resuming the meeting? Carried unanimously. So now we'll move on to item 6.6, the Wondai Industrial Estate Road Network. So I'd like to move that the committee recommends to council that council officers and councillors consult with all relevant stakeholders at the Wondai Industrial Estate through an on-site meeting prior to the next standing committee meeting on the 12th of April 2023. The meeting is advertised and promoted through council's media and communications platforms, and a letter of invitation is issued to all businesses within the precinct, and a report be brought back to the standing committee meeting on the 12th of April 2023 as to stakeholder feedback and proposed solutions. I'd like to seek a seconder. Councillor Erkins. So the rationale behind this is that there are remaining issues as to vehicle movements at the estate, and local businesses are seeking the opportunity to engage with council on possible solutions. So I've had Graham who has the inspection station has come up with an idea about just having a permit system, and I have had conversations with Rob from Parkside about potentially making only one street one way and not both Burrows and Kemp. So there may be better options for council rather than progressing the full stage 2 of that upgrade if we had just some consultation around those businesses that have actually now seen where it's landed with regards to stage 1 and the issues around that. We may not necessarily need to do that full upgrade. So I think it's timely to actually look at meeting with the stakeholders and fleshing out some of the issues around the current situation. So that's the rationale behind this motion. Councillor Potter.
I thought you were trying to stifle me. I couldn't turn my light on before.
Sorry, I accidentally had the mute on.
I'm just trying to figure out what the purpose is, because we're already working on the design with a two-way access. And I know we've actually had consultation with some of the businesses in that area. So I don't know if there's any other issues that have come to light since that consultation. I'm surprised they actually didn't bring it up with the staff during that time that we spoke to them, and even when we met them on site and things like that. So I'd actually be keen to hear from the design team. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager James.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks for the question. The design has been, slowly been worked on over a number of months in assessing that two-way operation through the industrial estate for Kemp Street and Burrows. So Burrows is like the back spine of the industrial estate and loops back down onto Kemp Street that comes down the southern side, just for people's awareness. Parkside have definitely got a vested interest in Burrows, and we can appreciate why we are trying to get B-double movements to operate along Burrows Street, and it currently does operate one way on the western side of Kemp Street. And the interests around, I believe it's Graham Elliott, who is right up at the T intersection of Kemp Street and Burrows Street. He's got suitable movements that can function where they enter in from Burrows Street and exit via Kemp Street out of the estate. The two-way design is taking that into account as well, because both Kemp Street and Burrows Street are going to need to access all the properties through there. So there's nothing that his allotment will not also be serviced via any other allotment in that estate. So we've been working on this for a little while now, and it's probably a timely one for us to understand what the new interests are with the estate and what goalposts have moved, if any, or are we just looking to proceed with what we know as it stands right now.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like to make sure that the owners, as well as the businesses, the owners of any of those properties that maybe are not actually running a business but own the properties are actually invited, because I think they would have a stakeholder in it. And from my understanding of what the motion was, that there are some other thoughts come to light, so I'd be very keen to meet with them to hear what they are.
Thank you. Just to address Councillor Erkins' concerns, is that included there? Just if we talk about all stakeholders, that's the owners as well. So do we need to? Yep. Okay. It's any other discussion? Mayor Otto?
Oh, sorry, I think the, probably just the meeting date. I think this might be the 5th of April. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if we could just change that to the 5th of April. Standing committee meeting on the 5th of April. So any other discussion? Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I just want to be clear in terms of the purpose of the meeting, what structure it would follow and who would chair the meeting. My concern is some of these meetings that I have attended, if there isn't a proper structure or somebody actually chairing, my concern would be, are we trying to, who's leading the conversation is probably my question. So would this conversation be led by our infrastructure team, or do you envisage that councillors are leading this conversation?
Oh, I think that'd be led by the infrastructure team.
So my concern a little bit is that while it's handy to meet with everybody in one central place and to advertise a meeting and alike, council's already committed to this project. Like, I'm of the understanding we've already undertaken the advanced design process, and I probably just want to correct that in terms of, can I please, so my question is, where are we exactly at with this project?
Through you, Chair. So we are facilitating the detailed design of stage 2 of the estate. So we are very well advanced in this regard. We're hoping to probably see if we can finish it in the next couple of weeks is the honesty of the situation. But if there is going to be material change that occurs, there's going to have to be a lot of retraction of the work developed in order to facilitate whatever the new interests are. So we are following through with the resolution of council that was provided to us midway through last year, and we're just looking to go and deliver on that accordingly.
So my thinking is the meeting time frame, it may be best to align this with the time frame that we'll actually have the completed finished design that council's funded for these works, so that we can have that open and honest conversation about the work we're actually undertaking. My concern is halfway through an advanced design process where we know we're actually investing, we've committed significant funds to doing a design, we're talking about engaging with the community, and my concern would be, are there things in play that we really couldn't consider until we see that final design and what the engineers have scoped up. So I'm probably a little bit lost, Councillor Duff, as to what the purpose of this meeting actually is. Is it to develop a new design, or is it to endorse our current design? Or, because we've had conversations with community members in the area before, that really has informed our decision to go forth with the design process. So probably my question to you is, what is the purpose of this meeting?
So since we did stage 1 and there's the one-way traffic, and the users and the businesses have noticed there's non-compliance in certain areas. There's also suggestions about potentially just getting how many B doubles actually use it. Could we just permit those to save actually having to do the whole design? And then there's been talk about why would you need to do both streets one way? It's just since they've started to understand how it all works, like Parkside, for example, have said, well, the only one street matters to us. And I've had other people say, well, it doesn't. Other businesses have said, well, this is a cost-saving exercise if you just went, okay, we'll find out how many B doubles use it. Maybe we don't even need to do stage 2. So I think that's the conversation. But whether you want to wait and take the design to them, but that's the conversations I'm having. So it's like Councillor Erkins has said, there's been suggestions from different businesses about ways to save money on this particular project. So that's where this is coming from.
So I have 2 supplementary questions. First question is, if we could fix that problem with a permit system, that, as you say, my question to the staff is, why haven't we fixed that problem with a permit system?
Or applications.
Yeah, through the chair, I might get James to answer that. It is a gazetted one-way route at the moment, but
Yeah, through your chair. The Wandai Industrial Estate is currently permitted. Sorry, not permitted. It's gazetted under the NHVR rules. So essentially, we don't need to issue any permits. We went and facilitated one-way operations through there in order to enable it to be gazetted, just because the road width was not wide enough to support two-way operations. Hence, we defaulted back to one-way operations in areas of the estate. Yes, there was Bunya Avenue that was two-way, but that was not the area of interest necessarily for the B-double movement. So we've been able to help reduce the costs associated with obtaining permits by gazetting it. They no longer need to put any administrative energy into applying for access into the estate. So they can access that as their business needs in order to do whatever operations that they do throughout the week. And that is supported for every property or business that exists within that estate that is on that gazetted route. So they don't need to do any applications or obtain any permits whatsoever as it stands right now.
So am I right in my understanding one way means that you don't have to have a permit, so any truck, any heavy vehicle can go into that facility without a permit?
Yeah, so just to probably expand on that, we are of the belief that if it was to be two-way through the estate, we would need to then look at reconsidering the gazettal of it, because we can't enable the safe movements and operations and the duty of care to normal operations of just your traditional car movements through the estate. There's no easy way to do this other than to consider the expansion of infrastructure through it to allow two-way operations. And industrial development is, requires significant square metres and cubic metres of materials in order to allow those big vehicles to move around. And we also know that that area does have some drainage concerns as well. So we need to look at that at the same time. So it is, an older estate from a few years back, and as a result, it is fit for purpose. It does its job, but B doubles have come along in the meantime, and with it, there's also the National Heavy Vehicle Law that also oversees those operations as well. So we need to work with the regulator to try and assist the industry, meet our obligations, but also the duty of care back to the common users of our region as well who go into that estate.
And so my second question is, what was the final spend that we invested in stage 1 of the project, and have any of those users contributed to the development of this project?
Through Chair, we probably have to take that one on notice. I think just in ballpark, I think it was something around $1 million. I think this is what we spent, somewhere in that vicinity, but we just take that one on notice if that's okay. I don't want to give you the wrong figure.
No, thank you.
But it was funded through council and LRCI only.
LRCI, yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember. I knew it was around $1 million. But my concern, look, by all means, always happy to meet with community if they've got issues or concerns. My concern is if we're holding a meeting, we need to be clear on the reason why we're holding the meeting. if we're holding the meeting for as a council to be beaten up about the fact that we've invested $1 million in infrastructure and tried to work with industry in the area to remove the administrative burden of that permit system and to actually regulate the road, gazette the road for heavy vehicle movements, I think that's a great outcome. I understand that as a business operator, I certainly understand that travelling extra distance comes at a cost. It's probably in terms of the Parkside development. I do look at that area, you know, what a wonderful story from where they've started to where they are now. They've just boomed in growth. But the reality of that also is that they've taken an industrial lot of land that was quite affordable at the time they've built their operations. Council's invested to deliver the very best outcome it can. I'm a bit nervous about going and being beaten up by our community about what should be a really good outcome. And while I understand this could be an opportunity to save funding on stage 2, I don't understand why we would go through the advanced design process, spend tens of thousands of dollars of ratepayer funds to do that advanced design and then shift our view or try to make our staff renege on a process that we all agreed to in the beginning to issue permits. So I'm really confused about why we're meeting if we're this far down the track for this project. And I really do want to see that Wondai Industrial Estate go ahead. I think it's really exciting, wonderful good news stories. There's some amazing businesses achieving big things. But I know there are other businesses in the region who have had to invest in this kind of infrastructure themselves. And so I think the one way, if it's only gives provision for one way, and our engineers and our regulators say that's the provision, I don't think it's our role as council to try to influence or nudge a different decision. I don't understand how we could do that. And I'd be worried about being beaten up over what is actually a really good project in that area.
So Councillor Shoemaker, we've already made it one way. The stage 2 was to look at making Kemp Street and Burrow Street two-way. So what they've suggested is maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe we could cut costs by actually just making the one street. I think it was Burrow Street, because the main issue is with Parkside is having to take a forklift right the way around, but at one street rather than two. So they were only trying to look at cost-saving measures rather than having us to spend all of this extra money to make it two-way on both of those. It may be able to be tweaked with just one street. They're just trying to come up with better options for us. So whether we go back and put the timelines on so that we wait till we finish the design and then take it back to them and say, well, here it is, you know, and then have the consultation. But they're actually reaching out to us to look at better, cheaper alternatives for council because they're concerned about the costs. So it's not about trying to beat us up. It's actually trying to work out solutions.
But can I just clarify, does that mean removing that gazetted heavy vehicle road to enable a permit system?
That was one suggestion just from the inspection station owner. He just said that for the number of B doubles that actually use the whole facility, maybe, you know, there's only like a handful, maybe we could just tweak it with just giving them permit systems. That was his suggestion. And I just said, well, I've actually sent that through to the general managers to look at, and then I've had other conversations with other suggestions. So that's why I've said, well, can we meet with all these people now they've seen how it works to just see if we can tweak it rather than spending all of the money on this major upgrade. That was all it was about.
Yeah, certainly. Look, if we can save money in changing a process or not going through with a project, sure. But we've gone so far down this path. I would rather wait until the design is complete and we're going to have a holistic conversation about the issue, and we've got something new to share with the community. So I'm wondering if those timeframes, that meeting, if those timeframes enable for that design to come in time for that meeting.
Might seek the advice of the manager, Darcy, or general manager, Mian.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just talking with James, that we're not far away from having that design largely completed. So there probably is an opportunity either way, we can have consultation before. The other option is for us we can probably run council through that design in April, and then whether you want to do consultation after that, be in the hands of council to see how you want to proceed, or we can consultation before that, and then we could consider some of those issues prior to finalising the design. So there's pros and cons. Just for council's reference, at this stage, we will not issue a permit for two-way operations in there without an upgrade of the roads. There's probably the one we are interested in is if there's an alternative to alter that, but I know there's been some talk around that, but whether we could go back to a permit system. Our advice at this stage, unless we're advised differently, we don't believe that we'll be able to issue two-way permits without an upgrade through the section.
Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I know we're looking into this, but I know we put 40,000 aside and sort of September, August last year, and I'm just wondering whether we're going to, with this extra work and this extra, possible consultation, whether that's going to actually add to that that amount of money, and whether we've got the amount of money if it is going to cost more. That's probably my concern, to make sure it doesn't go over that particular amount that we set aside, that 40,000.
I'd like to seek comment from General Manager Meehan or Manager Darcy.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, with the addition of Burrow Street going into the resolution, there was additional scope that needed to occur. So the original report that was put up was to look at Kemp Street as being the only street to be considered for two-way. I think it was in July last year, it expanded to include Burrows. So that actually doubled the scope of the area for assessment, which means there's more intersections, more roads to be reviewed and movements to be looked at. So as a result, we've been working on this in the background to understand, right, what's the additional cost? Because at the time, I didn't have that value of cost. In the second quarter, that was put up with an additional 30, I think it was. So we're up at about 70 now as a result through the second quarter. And that's I'm pretty sure what happened last month. So I'm happy to stand corrected on an exact value, but it is in the vicinity of about 70.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, if it's okay, maybe just a suggestion from us is that we do run council through the design first, so that at that meeting, if council was happy to do consultation after, so that way, even myself, that way I'm fully across the issues before we go down there and everyone understands, and then that way, if there is active feedback from there, we can have a look at it. In the interim, we can look if probably run that scenario. If there's a thought that Kemp Street's the only one that's upgraded to two-way, what does that look like? Like James said, we can probably consider that and present that through council and have a chat. If that was going to be more of assistance to you in that area, we could do that consultation after that standing committee if council was happy to do that. But again, we've got it by council, just probably trying to help resolve it for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm happy as the mover to change the motion to have the design complete and brought back for discussion, and then the meeting afterwards. The second is Councillor Urquhart. Are you happy with that? Yep. So if any further discussion? Oh, we'll just change the wording here now. Just change the dates. Does that work for you? 3rd of May? Is that okay? 3rd of May. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of observations. The first one being when we go down, as Councillor Shoemaker asked the question on who's going to chair the meeting, and you referred to the staff. You would see that the staff lead this. I don't think that they should be. The staff should be coming along as far as any questions to answer. It has a real potential to get very volatile down there. We've met on a number of occasions down there with these people. They're frustrated. They don't want to see the full design and all that come through because they want something happening tomorrow. They're frustrated with the way it's operating, and it's a clear indication from the staff that they're not going to issue B-double permits, and so that's not going to be a good outcome. So that's probably taken off. So spending $1 million or thereabouts on advanced design and all that sort of stuff to get down the track, I think we do need to go and have that conversation. There is 3 or 4 operators down there that will become quite volatile, and I don't think that the staff should be put in that position to be leading that meeting simply because they didn't call the meeting, it hasn't been requested by them, and they're there as support to us as far as giving the professional advice as far as design and all that goes. So I think that you do, when you do call that meeting, I think you do need to look at some way of chairing it. How you do that, I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't be in support of putting the staff in that position to take the brunt of that. As Councillor Shoemaker says, we make the decisions here, and it shouldn't be up to these staff members to go and deliver that message. It's up to us to take it out to the community. So I'd like to just make sure that the staff aren't put in that position, and understanding, totally agree that this is a vital part of our region. As far as industry goes, this Wondai Industrial Estate is probably one of the most, if not the most successful industrial estate in the South Burnett. So more than happy to work with the owner, operators and all that down there in a very manageable way. Yelling and screaming and all that sort of stuff is not going to get a result. It'll only turn into a disaster. So, yeah, so just a couple of things there. Like I say, I think it's a good idea that we get the full design, we get run through it by our staff so that we know what's going on, and then when we go down there, the options that they're putting forward probably do, most of them I think require B-double permits to get them B-doubles in. I think what I'm hearing, I'm happy to be corrected again, but as the staff have indicated that they're not safe or not willing to issue B-double permits, simply because it's the law and the legislation that they operate under. So yeah, just my views on it, but happy for this to go through. I'll support it today.
So just on the who leads the meeting, do we need to put that in the resolution, or just in the motion, or we just take the comments as a given?
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to take the comments as given, and we'll organise the structure of the meeting in consultation with councillors, mayor and councillors.
So everybody happy? Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so I'll put the motion to the committee. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next item is 6.7, Maidenwell Glencliff Road upgrade, and I'll hand over to Mayor Otto.
Right, I'm about to do it again, colleagues, and put forward another motion, but I think this one's very well warranted, and it is that the committee recommends to council that officers provide a report to the standing committee to be held on the 5th of April 23 as to the scope of works required and associated estimated costs to renew the Maidenwell Glencliff Road, including gravel resheeting and drainage works, and that such works be considered for inclusion in the 23-24 works capital budget. Thank you, Chair.
So do we have a seconder? So Councillor Potter, Mayor Otto.
Right, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I think the rationale is brief, but really does sum it up. This road, to my understanding, it has probably been one that has needed some focus. The residents out there have articulated to us that it's used for the transport of cattle and cultivation equipment, grain crops. That's had issues in terms of their inability to be able to get wide machinery through the road. I have driven the road, having spoken to a number of the residents on a couple of occasions, and certainly the drainage works does appear to need to be addressed, and the road, of course, has narrowed over time and would seem to need reformation and gravel resheeting. So why would we pick this road? I think because of its contribution to the ag sector and our ag economy. It is an important road. There's a number of producers along there that use it, as well as residents that use the road. So, look, it's a matter for consideration by council. This is really to say, look, let's get a report let's have a look at it, and let's consider it in the 23-24 budget, and see where we go from there. So, happy to have it discussed today and seek feedback from my colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Are there any other comments? Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and through you, thanks, Mayor, for bringing it forward. Obviously, you had a conversation out there. These are all in my area, so, you're not going to vote against them, but I will just say that trying to be fair and consistent across all areas is my view when I try and make decisions, but the Mayor is right. This road does carry a lot of agricultural equipment and cattle and transport and all that sort of stuff, but so does a lot of other roads in our region. Why this one? This one also has a significant connect from the Bunya Mountains Road through to the back of Ellesmere and through to Cumbria and all that sort of stuff, so it does get used quite a lot other than just the agricultural purpose. So it hasn't been addressed for a long time. I know I've been up there on that particular road. It's black soil, and everybody that has dirt roads through their region, they all have the same issues and same complaints. So it's only asking for a report to be brought back to the costings and everything else. So I fully support it and look forward to having conversation through the budget process. So yeah, simply just asking for a report.
Any other discussion? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a question on, sorry, and I guess to Manager Searle, do we have that in our program for reseal? Or sorry, Manager Mann, do we have that in our program for future works on that road?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we had a look at that one yesterday, and the previous resolution that we had was to do the reaper work, I think, before, not reaper, do the essential holding works before Christmas, and then come back to council to look at that work. From our point of view, we're probably happy to go and scope that road to see what it needs to be done, and that way we can table it with the April budget. As far as the forward program, we haven't developed our forward program for next year yet. We've put that nominal allocation in. Obviously, we're sifting through a lot of reaper stuff at the moment coming through, so we will have some discussions with council about where you want to prioritise that. So probably from the biggest one for us is we will need to just go and have a look to see what, if we were to do works there, what will be reaper and what will be council's contribution to that if we do there. We note that there's probably one or two floodways there that are a bit ordinary, which might, council might want to consider what it does with those elements.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, I agree. I have been out on the road. I met with the residents, and I've certainly driven the road. My question was more around the maintenance, which was the issue that the residents in the area had raised at that point in time, that it was their view that maintenance hadn't been done on the road for an extensive period. I probably wanted to understand more about what maintenance has been done on the road, and when was the last patrol grade actually done on that road, and if it's a matter of something slipped through the system, perhaps there's some learnings or something there, or questions as to why, or what we could do better through our maintenance program. I recognise that yes, there was it's a shortcut and it's used quite often for those purposes. In terms of cultivation equipment, I didn't see any flats in the area, so unless they're cutting equipment through from the Bunya Mountains, I'm not sure. So, but certainly I did see that it's a lot of grazing country in there, and it's an important road to the residents in that area. So, just would like to see more information brought back in relation to the maintenance and what was actually planned for that road.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Where's it a shortcut to?
So General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, it cuts through to the I think it cuts through to, it does come out on the main road.
Comes off the Maidenwell Bunya
Comes off,
Mountains
what's the
Road,
one on the side?
But I can't see where it actually goes to.
Yeah, it cuts through the back there to, James is just bringing it up if I may. Madam Chair, if I might.
I can see that the Maidenwell Glencliff Road
Yeah.
goes through, but I just can't see.
Yes, it cuts out to.
You're talking about the, I can see where Wengenville, Glencliff Road, it comes onto there.
Yeah, it cuts out to the Wengenville Glencliff Road, James believes. I
Yeah,
know when we
I just
came.
can't see, like, I can't see why you would.
Yeah.
So can we add this into the report when it comes back? Just add that in? Yep.
But also probably, my concern again is, where is it on the maintenance list? I'm very much against, us bringing roads to the meetings and having them jump queues. So just making sure that that's not the case.
No, that's fine. We're happy to include some background information on the road in the report. So, and also some of that maintenance history as well. We can add that in. That's no trouble for us.
Mayor Otto, were you able to raise your speaker so that I can't see it? I can't see when you've got your light on. Thank you. So is there any other discussion? So I might ask Mayor Otto to close. He's good. So, okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the next item is 6.8, Tingura DTMR Roadworks Materials Site. I'll hand over to Mayor Otto.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'll just read the motion, and there's the committee recommends to council that council officers liaise with DTMR as to removing or recutting the roadworks materials site located on the Bunya Highway Road Reserve within the village community of Tingura at the front of the Tingura Hotel, and pursuant to such, council undertake rehabilitation works to level the site, apply top dressing, regrass the area, and seek financial support from DTMR to assist with the cost to complete such works, and a report on this matter be brought to the Standing Committee meeting on the 5th of April 23. I'd like to move such. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Discussion. Did you want to elaborate, Mayor Otto?
Yeah, I think, again, the rationale is brief, but we've got, obviously, it's great to see the Tingura Hotel open again, and it's getting back to not quite its former glory, but it's been certainly heavily patronised, and it's been supported tremendously by the Vikings, Tingura Vikings Cricket Club. We normally would see these sorts of materials sites on our highways outside of our towns and villages, but on this particular case, this one is actually inside the village precinct, and it is quite unsightly. So I think it does create a visual amenity problem. I wasn't quite sure if it's a council issue, but I guess I made the assumption, GM, that it was a DTMR issue because it's on their state road. So I'm happy to be guided and to, change the motion if under advice from the guys in the infrastructure crew. But look, I would like to see that try and get DTMR to relocate it so it's not in view of people enjoying the hospitality of the Tingura Hotel. We've got cricket games happening there now, people parking there and watching the cricket, and it's just unsightly, to be quite honest. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome a comment from GM Meehan.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to go and have a discussion with TMR with it. It is on their road reserve, but I'll just say, hand on heart, there's probably a good chance that we probably own some material there at some point, which we all know they get shared. So we're, from our point of view, we're happy to go and have a chat with our colleagues and see if there's an alternative location available if council chooses.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? So we might, Mayor Otto, to wrap up, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to 6.9, Mergen CBD PWD parking modifications. And that's one of mine, that the committee recommends to council that council officers investigate the PWD parking user access into the footpaths within the Mergen CBD and work to implement improved access safety modifications prior to the 30th of June 2023. I'd like to move that and seek a seconder. Councillor Potter, thank you. So the rationale behind this is I've had a number of people, either carers or people using wheelchairs that have had significant issues with trying to park their cars and then negotiate to get their wheelchairs up onto the CBD footpath. And I had a look myself, and there's not much of a gap between where the post that holds the awning up and the section where the wheel stop is to get through with a wheelchair. And I could see what they were saying, that it is a real issue, and I think we need to investigate it. So that's the rationale behind this particular motion. I seek a comment from, did you want to make a comment, or Councillor Potter?
Oh, sorry,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm actually just another bit confused here, because this to me is a customer request. And to me, this should have been taken to infrastructure if you had seen an issue, as opposed to bringing it to a council meeting. So look, I think it's great that they're going to go and check, but to me, it didn't need to come to this meeting, and we're going to stand here for another 10, 20, an hour and a half like the first one this morning and discuss something that to me should have been a customer request in the first place.
No, this is actually a budget upgrade. Like it's a whole change, and it's on both sides of the CBD. It's not just a customer complaining. It's just the whole way that wheelchair access is positioned.
Well, then I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, please, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor Potter.
I'd like to move that the council officers investigate the parking within the footpath Mergens CBD and work to implement improved access safety modifications, and this is to be brought to the operational budget and put it in the forward planning for the operational budget for the 23-24. Not too sure on the wording. Thank you very much, Kimberly. Because I think if we're looking at things like this, we're looking at money, we need to put this in the forward planning. So I'm thinking the 23-24 budget would be the right place for this.
Would you like to comment? Do you want to add that wording first? Because it's... Kim, did you get the wording, or are you happy with the wording to the amendment? So, seek a seconder to the amendment. Someone to second the amendment? Deputy Mayor Jones. So did you want to speak further to the amendment, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, look, I agree. People need full access everywhere, and I don't, like, this is the first time I've heard of an issue with that. You know, we've had those parking spots in for quite a number of years now since we've done up the Mergen area, and I'm just surprised that this issue hasn't come forward before this from people within our communities. And I think that if we're going to do something about it, let's look at it properly, do it, and then put it in the forward budget. Thank you.
Would I seek a comment from General Manager Meehan?
Through you, Madam Chair, probably from my own comment from my point of view is James and myself would be happy to come up and have a look at the issue firsthand and see what the issue is and what the solution might be.
Yes, because there was suggestions that it may not be it could be just a matter of moving the lines, like repaint the lines to give more space.
Sure.
So it may not be a significant budget issue, but it's on both sides where they're having trouble.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're happy to come and have a look.
So do we have any other speakers?
Yep.
Councillor Perkins.
I'd like to move an amendment to that or reword it, I don't know, but I think we should, if we're looking at disability parking, I think we should look at disability parking across the region, because I know in Nanango there are a lot of issues with disability parking. So in the main street, we don't actually have any. And I do understand it's a like it's a big number to put them in there, but just to look at the feasibility of parking across the region, disability parking.
Okay, you'd have to deal with the amendment that's in front of you first. If you're going to do a report into PWD across the region, that would really be its own line. So it would be, you can't amend an amendment until unless with consent of the mover, it's something minor normally. So the amendment that's on the table now that's moved and seconded will need to be dealt with. And then as after this one's dealt with, then if you wanted to move could we have a report on, or depending on what your wording is, an investigation to PWD across the region, that would be its own resolution.
Could that amendment couldn't be, the wording of that couldn't be altered to add within Mergen and the region?
Only with the consent of the mover and seconder and the leave of the council. Yeah, if everyone agreed, but it is kind of a little bit broader than what the original resolution was. I'm not trying to hold us up because I'm very conscious of time, but you're getting into a much broader report. So just, if you could deal with this one, get it out of the way. And if you want to put a single liner through, if you want to report on PWD across the region, happy to bring a report back. But yeah, we'd probably need a bit of time, I'd imagine.
I understand that, but I just see here that we're bringing in individual issues for towns that I really do think are probably not things that should be dealt with here in a committee, in a meeting. So, but if we're going to be discussing that, I feel that parking across the region, disability parking across the region is probably something, if we're going to be debating it, let's debate the whole lot rather than just on individual cases and individual towns.
Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thank you. And again, that what Councillor Atkins is suggesting, don't disagree, but it goes back to the big long discussion we had over the Law 3 and whatever else. And so I'm pretty much resigned to the fact that we needed to address the situation, as the CEO said, that's in front of us. I just wonder if Councillor Potter would accept a change where the council officers investigate the PWD parking user access into the footpaths within the Mergen CBD, and a report be brought back to the cost implication on the budget. And I'd go through you, Chair, to the staff on a time frame for that, a date that would be suitable for these guys after they go up and see the issue, and give us a rough idea of costing and what it would be, because we're talking about disability parking and all that sort of stuff, and in my view, they have a hard enough time as it is getting around the place. So if we can help them in any way, shape or form sooner rather than later, but obviously taking into account the implications on our budget, because every conversation we're having in here, it's always, we've got to spend more money, and I don't know, I'm blown away with the amount of notices of motion. So if this is a precedent being set for the next 12 months to the next election, man alive, as I said earlier, there's some of these things that could have went through customer requests or whatever, but anyway, they're on the table as notices of motion, and if that's the game, well, not the game, but if that's the process, I'll have to start lining up and bringing 15 or 20 to every meeting that we have. So through you, Chair, to the managers, a time frame, GM, as far as a report goes.
Through the chair, just mindful of the number of reports are starting to increase for us a lot. With the leave of council, can I just make a suggestion that the first part of the resolution was for us to go and have a look at that. James and myself are quite happy to go up there and deal with this under normal operations. If there's a capital upgrade, we would report that back to council afterwards. So just suggesting to council that if council was happy, councils investigate the PWD access into the footpaths and look to improve safety, because it might be, reading the thing, if it's as simple as moving a wheel stop or alteration like that, we would do that a lot of these issues we would deal with quite regularly through operational needs. If there's an impact, and maybe suggest that the first one is that just in work to implement improve safety modifications and just leave it at that, and then a report be brought back if capital upgrades are required. And it could be, James is just saying, it could be as simple as changing a line marking an issue.
Yep,
So
yep.
if that, again, just, we're trying to be pragmatic, I suppose, to solve the issue.
Yep. So councillor Potter, are you happy with that change?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you happy, councillor Jones? Okay, so, yep, okay, so are there any other speakers?
Oh, sorry, Chair, just so that it brought me back if capital upgrades are required.
If capital upgrades are required.
That's one less report I may not have to do.
Required, okay. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the amendment becomes a resolution. So now anyone speakers to the actual resolution now? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the next item is 6.10, Mergen footpaths. So this one here is council proceeds to upgrade the pedestrian pathways on Krebs Street, Mergen. And I just need to change the wording here because it's a small section north of Stephen Street from the current dilapidated bitumen path to a new concrete path, and that such works are completed by the 30th of June 2023 as part of the infrastructure 22-23 footpath program. So it's just on Krebs Street, Mergen, for a small section north of Stephen Street. Yeah, she's got it there. Yes, and I seek a seconder. Second to Councillor Potter. So so there's a small section. It's only about would be under 50 metres. The rest of the whole of that area is all concrete, and this small section is a dilapidated bitumen path, and people are having trouble negotiating it in their wheelie walkers, PWD residents and elderly residents are struggling just on that section. The grass is growing over it. It's buckled. It's got broken bitumen surface, and there's just a small piece. And so I wanted that to be addressed. I've sent it through as a customer request, but it's more of a it needs to be. It's an upgrade, so that's why I brought it to the chamber. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for letting me know that it's around 50 metres. I appreciate that. But I'm just wondering whether, I don't believe seeing this particular part of the footpath on our footpath program, through you, Madam Chair, to GM Meehan, because it's not one that I recognise there. And 50 metres of footpath and concrete path, I'm sure it isn't a small amount, and how much that will affect the budget, and whether this should be put again on the operational budget, put forward in the operational budget for 23-24. I'd just like some input there from GM Meehan or Manager Darcy.
GM Meehan.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So this is one that the guys looked at yesterday. It is being considered in our forward program. James was considering it for a future round of STIP. Obviously, the footpath is in poor condition. There's no doubt about that. It's probably the answer from us is we're just looking at a measure. We think it's around 230 metres in total for that section. Yeah. So we just valued that just to give you an idea. If not
From Dutton Street is back to the police station.
from Dutton to the police station. Yeah, right.
So it would only be. It would be. I'm sure it was under 50 metres. It's only a small section.
Oh, you're just talking about doing the end piece, eh? Oh, you're talking about the 40
Madam Chair, if I could
section.
just explain, it's just
So,
it's
Mayor
at
Otto?
the corner of Stevens and Krebs, and if you just head north towards the police station, there's just a little section there. I walked it the other day. It's probably only about 40 metres. When I was down there attending the court, Mr. CEO, it's only about 40 metres, 50 metres at the most, I'd suggest.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's the right at the start of the can you just want to have a look at James's screen for a real quick? We just want him in front of the courthouse there.
Courthouse Police Station, is it that section there, Stephen Street?
So have we sought clarification of that, of the section?
That section's smaller than 230, Chair. We're just going to run a number. Is that okay if we just run a number real quick?
Sorry?
If we just run a number on that real quick?
Yes. So any other speakers while we're waiting? Councillor Shoemaker. Oh, sorry. Were you in first or Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, by all means, happy to investigate this as part of the upcoming program. And, you know, I think the option, whilst I recognise that you've said there's only 40 metres there, perhaps, you know, as the GM has mentioned, 230 metres, and if they're looking at it as a potential STIP project, you know, that's a potentially funded project. That's a much better outcome than spending ratepayer dollars. I guess I wanted to understand the urgency around why this footpath, out of all of the metres of footpath across the region in all of our towns, why is this footpath being recognised as a priority that should be put to the top of the list?
May I answer that, because I did put the motion forward. So it's a highly utilised area along Krebs Street, comes down from past the police station, and I've had complaint after complaint about just that small section. The rest of it is all concrete. There's a small section that's just it's busted and broken and causing issues with wheelchairs, wheelie walkers and elderly people. That's why I consider it urgent.
Okay, well, thank you for the feedback. Certainly, I think this is by all means another decision that we're making on the fly. Our recent monthly financial report that we received at the recent council meeting demonstrated that the decisions on a fly that this council has made over the past 12 months has equated to over $91,000. I'm not comfortable with making decisions that have one line of rationale. There's no asset data here. There's no budget allocation here. I understand that we have to investigate it and it goes through a process. I just would like to see us, I don't think this is careful governance. I certainly recognise that if it is, you know, an immediate priority, it needs to be put high up on our list, certainly. And when we go to allocate our footpath program, they should all be considered in that same respect. I'm just nervous about making decisions like this on the fly, particularly when there's already a system in place where staff are already identifying these areas and identifying what funding allocations might be available to try to make our ratepayer dollars stretch further. So I certainly appreciate and thank you, Councillor Duff, for bringing it forward and advocating for it on behalf of your community. I wouldn't have been aware of the number of wheelchairs or wheelie walkers in that area, so certainly do appreciate that feedback. Happy to consider it as part of our footpath program and determine what I guess we're not going to do to deliver on this project, because that's what I'm very mindful of, is if we make a decision like this, we're consciously saying we're not going to deliver on another one of our priorities that would be, you know, given to us when we lay down those programs. So I'm happy to consider it, happy to look at it. But in terms of setting the aspiration that the works be completed by the 30th of June 2023 as part of the infrastructure program, we've already looked at our capital program for this year. We're very aware of the challenges in terms of getting contractors, getting staff out to deliver on the $47 million worth of Reaper works that we have across the network. We're also looking at what capital projects we can and can't deliver. I think trying to add another one in there is not responsible, and it's not going to get a good outcome. I would much rather see us consider this footpath as part of the work we do when we consider all footpaths in the region, because I certainly agree it's critical infrastructure and we've got to get it right. But I don't think this is achievable with what I know about our current financial situation.
Just a question to General Manager Meehan. So part of the Infrastructure 22-23 footpath program, so do we have some, like the funding specifically for footpath projects?
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, through the chair, we just had just a quick update on that. So we had a look, both projects are listed. So the Mayor's right, there's a 40-metre section on that list in there. There's also the 230-metre section, which is the further section down on the forward program for consideration. Just to answer the chair's question, so council had allocation in its budget. We did reallocate some of that money last week. And we also pushed back a number of those projects as part of that second quarter review. The only ones I think we proceeded with, and I'm happy to be corrected, is around the TIDS ones. I think it was the one in Nanango. We did push back the one in Drayton Street, which is opposite the office. And I'm not sure. Kev, did we push any others? Yep. So I've got that right, apparently, Chair. So that was our allocation for the current year.
Councillor Erkins.
Yep, that's my concern. I'm very aware that the footpaths in Nanango are really in need of some work. That one in front of the office, but also up near the Palace Hotel, that is absolutely a terrible mess up there. So I'm very concerned that it looks like, we're looking at doing other things, and I'm just concerned that some are missing out. So, obviously not as experienced as you guys for getting in and putting my projects forward, but I am very concerned that I'm aware that, some of our projects in Nanango have been put back, and I don't like to see that something else might be coming up into it. Let's do what we've got planned first.
Councillor Potter.
Yep, after listening to everyone, I feel that the best way forward for this one is to move an amendment to the motion, please, Madam Chair. And I think you know what I'm going to say. So we take out that last part, works that are completed by, so we take that out and we add this to the forward capital works program for the 23-24 budget considerations. Something along those wordings that will be guided by you yet again, Mr CEO or GMOMA.
So Councillor Potter has moved an amendment. I'm happy to support the amendment. Second, so I'll be the seconder.
That's better.
So, did you want to speak to your amendment, Councillor Potter?
I think everyone knows my thoughts on this. We seem to be adding more and more to this year's budget, and I think that if we're serious about doing things like this, and I think that we really need to be considerate of our staff. So adding this to our forward works program and the operational budget, I'm believing that's where it sits. GMOMA, I would take.
Through your chair, it'll be capital.
Capital, yep. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Let's change it to capital.
Thank you. It has been worded as capital.
Beautiful, yep, beautiful. Okay.
So, any other discussion around this? We'll put it to the vote. All those. So, yeah, I second it. Yeah. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. So the amendment becomes the motion. Any speakers to the motion? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next one is 611. It's that the committee recommends to council meets with the Cobb Street South residents to work out a plan for the curb and channeling at the northern end of Cobb Street South and does a costing to consider as part of the budget deliberations for the 23-24 capital works program. I move that and I seek a seconder. Councillor Potter. So this one here is a small section of the curb and channeling that is not completed, resulting in drainage problems and a resident not being able to construct a proper driveway. So the reason why I know that Councillor Shoemaker will probably say that these are small issues, but at some point they have to, if a councillor has to put them forward to get them in to be looked at, if they are issues that are not already on the forward program. So that's why this one here I've identified as an issue. It's been an issue for quite some time. And so that's why I would like it considered as part of the budget deliberations in 23-24. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, supportive of this, but I'll just bring it to a Chamber's attention. For 3 years I've been banging on about channeling curbing in Tingura, and you state here that a resident not being able to construct a proper driveway. Let me tell you, there's multiple in Tingura that have driveway issues there as well. So be aware that the 23-24 Capital Works program might get fairly busy.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just address your comment that these are small issues. My concern is more that we are making decisions on the fly and we're not looking at the bigger picture. My concern is more around the fact that this small issue, as you say, of curb and channeling the northern end of Cobb Street South for consideration in our budget deliberations, I would imagine as a councillor who sat at this table for a number of years, you bring those projects and those proposals forward for those budget deliberations and discussions. And we look at together the asset data and the priorities of the region and make decisions around those. My concern is we make those decisions and then every council meeting we keep changing those decisions, and that is not good governance. I respect and understand that this is an issue for residents in this street, and I thank you for making us aware of that. My question is more, as councillors sitting here today, if we were all to bring forward, I could list 10 of these for my division. My division is on a hill. Kingaroy is in swamp area. My first 12 months here at council, there was one downpour and my phone was overrun with phone calls. I know exactly what you're referring to in terms of trying to deliver outcomes for residents of our region. I think we're all trying to deliver that. But the reality is that we can't deliver everything. And that issues like this, I would rather look at in the context of our whole budget, of our asset data, of good, solid principles that sets this organisation up for success, not chipping away and changing our mind after decisions are embedded and laid down. And I would have thought that a decision like this, to make a change to our curb and channeling program, would be, and to prioritise this project over others, would be informed as part of our budget preparations and the laying down of that program. So I certainly appreciate, thank you for advocating for the residents of your area, bringing this issue forward. That's wonderful. But I'm just saying that we need to concentrate on the things here that matter. We've got a full agenda and constantly being distracted by resident inquiries. I've got a number of customer requests that I could lodge notices of motion for as well, but I don't believe that's good governance.
So, Mayor Otto?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, there's a fair degree of disagreement in this chamber as to our role as councillors and what is and isn't in good governance. But anyway, I guess that'll be sorted out in time to come. Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill here, councillors. This is a 10-metre section of concrete work that needs to be doing. We just redid the curb and channeling on Cobb Street South only last year. This isn't a big capital project, colleagues. It's 10 metres of curb and channeling so that people can build a driveway in the centre of town. I'm not sure why we can't just pass this through. That's all I've got to say. It's a very small project. It's not a big deal. let's not get carried away with ourselves. I don't think it'll cost much at all, General Manager Meehan, once you have a look at it. So, you know, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
So just on the Councillor Shoemaker's comments, all it is asking to be considered as part of the budget deliberations. So that's the wording of the motion. So I don't know how you're supposed to put forward any what forum, if we don't put forward through infrastructure committee meetings, the issues that we want put forward up as budget considerations. I would have thought that this was the perfect opportunity to do that. So I'm confused as well as to why that would not be something that would be the type of thing we should be discussing at these infrastructure committee meetings. Any other comments? Councillor Shoemaker.
I think we can agree to disagree, Councillor Duff. We have budget committee meetings. We have intensive capital works program discussions at those meetings. We receive quarterly financial reviews and updates. By all means, it's a project request. I'm happy to support it. I just think it isn't good governance to make decisions on the fly. As I said, it cost us $91,000 year to date. I can only imagine what it's going to cost by the end of this year.
Okay, so I will, and if there's no other discussion, I'll close the debate by saying that I don't believe that just a decision on the fly, asking for a piece of infrastructure to be considered in a capital works program, I think is to me is sound governance. So that's why I've put this forward, that we look at it as part of our budget deliberations for the capital works program. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's 6, and all those against? Councillor Erkins. So that motion is carried, 6 votes to 1.
Mr. Mayor, just before you jump in, so my apologies for this next one. There was an updated motion sent in on Friday afternoon. Both the motions carried the same title or pretty close to it. So Kim's got the other one, the agenda. When we ran the report, we picked up the earlier version of it. So we've got the updated wording here on screen. So whichever one you want to go with, but certainly apologies. We actually accidentally picked up the earlier wording.
No trouble. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
So,
I'd like to move
so we're on to item 6.12, Kingaroy Street public seating in KTP shade structures. I'll hand over to Mayor Otto.
Okay, I'd like to move a procedural motion in advance of that. Thank you, Chair. That item 7.2 be escalated to the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
We have a seconder for the procedural motion. Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. So we just page 51. So we're moving to 7.2, which is on page 51. And the officer's recommendation is that the committee recommend to council that the chief executive officer be delegated to negotiate the occupancy of the 2 alfresco areas on the western side of Kingaroy Street. Number 2, that council apply the following fees: 2023 no charge, 2024 $250 per structure, and 2025 $500 per structure. The chief executive officer be delegated to make the same conditional offer to hospitality businesses on the eastern side of Kingaroy Street, and that council consider installing suitable furniture in line with the KTP in the remaining eastern alfresco structures at the conclusion of the project, if at such time they remain unoccupied. So does someone want to move that? Mayor Otto. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Mayor Otto, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would like to. My apologies, I've been standing looking at you, Madam Chair, but thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to move the recommendation as presented, but change item 4 to say that council approves rather than considers installing suitable furniture in line with the KTP, and then remove the words "the remaining eastern" and replace with the word "all" with the KTP in all alfresco structures at the conclusion of the project, if at such time they remain unoccupied. And then insert item 5. And item 5, the matter is resolved as, sorry, the issue that the matter is resolved as a high priority within the 2022/2023 year. So I'd like to move that as, that's the motion I'd actually like to move.
So do we have a second?
So the last bit, Kimberly, is the matter is resolved as a high priority in the 2022/2023 year.
So do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to the motion, Mayor Otto?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased this came forward. Thanks very much to the staff for bringing this report. If this gets up, I'll take out my notice of motion, because basically my notice of motion is pretty well has the intention of just saying exactly this. Let's get something happening in these alfrescos. I called them gazebos. I couldn't remember the word, but it's alfrescos. So thank you, GMB. And look, I spent a fair bit of time hovering around the coffee shops up Main Street of Kingaroy, let me tell you. I sort of rotate between Utopia Bakery and Little Italy and sort of do the rounds, and can thoroughly recommend the bacon and eggs over at Little Italy, but the stuff at the bakery and the Utopia is pretty good too. But let me say this, great to see this come forward. I think we need to do this and do it soon. The people and the residents I talk to up the Main Street are calling out for public seating. And I think the shopkeepers that I've talked to in those 3 hospitality outlets are keen to engage and finalise it once and for all. The feedback that I've got is that Utopia, Daniel at Utopia is open-minded to having a discussion. The bakery aren't keen, can I say. The bakery probably aren't keen to take anything up. And I don't think Tim at Little Italy is too keen to take anything either. His concern is that the one for structure is too far in terms of line of sight for his staff. So if they've got to keep an eye on customers, they don't actually have a line of sight from the front counter. So he said if it was in front of his shop, he would certainly be keen, but he just thinks that probably because it's just out of line of sight, they're probably not going to be interested. So I think we're probably potentially going to look at best having one of the 4 taken up, possibly by Utopia, depending on, I think, the cost was the feedback I got from the owner there. So I think the no charge for 12 for the first year is good, reasonable. 24, we ease them in with a $250 fee and then go to a $500 fee in the second year. I'm comfortable with that. I think it's fair and reasonable in light of the fact that they're going to have to maintain, keep it clean, they're going to have to furnish it, keep it clean, look after the gardens. I think it's fair and reasonable. I think it gives them an opportunity to have a discussion with the CEO if they'd like to do it. And if they don't, I'd like to see us move then fairly quickly to put in the seating that is consistent with the rest of the furniture we've got through the KTP. So, and I'd like to see it done by June if we can, possibly, Mr. CEO, so we can get that setting up the Main Street, finish off the alfrescos and accommodate the needs of our people who are looking to find some seating there. So I'd like to commit it to the committee and keen to hear everyone's views.
Mayor Otto, did you want to add a date there then to be completed by the 30th of June or just...
just sort of high priority the 22-23 year. I mean, if for some reason we can't get the furniture because of supply issues, I mean, I guess it'll just roll into 23-24. But I mean, do our best to try and get it done as soon as we can, really, is all I'm asking there.
Well, okay. Thank you, Mayor Otto. Any other speakers? Councillor Erkins.
I'm just a little bit concerned about if they're not actually being leased by one of those businesses and we've got tables in there and people eating at them, who is going to be responsible for keeping them clean?
Oh, Madam Chair, I haven't indicated tables. I've just said appropriate furniture. It may be just seating. I guess that'll be something that our design team will look at. I'm not sure if there was tables or not, but certainly seating would be welcomed by the community, I think, yeah.
So does that answer your question, Councillor Erkins?
No, not really, because I do think that the whole point was an alfresco eating area, and I think really we want to encourage people to eat there. I think that's the whole thing. I think that would be great, but just I don't know whether the even the chamber, if you spoke to someone from the chamber, they might be happy just to keep a bit of an eye on it. It's not normally a big thing, but, you know, you don't want to see rubbish left there. But I do think you want to encourage people to, you know, go and grab a sandwich at the bakery or from wherever, coffee, and sit there.
If I could just respond to that too, Madam Chair, we have a lovely gentleman in Kingaroy, I won't mention his name, but he's a lovely bloke. He was out again this morning, walking around, and as he was yesterday, picking up the rubbish on the main street. And he's got his high-vis shirt, Kingaroy Clean on the back, KLEEN. He does a great job, walks the main street every morning almost, picking up the rubbish and keeping the town lovely. And that's what I call town pride. So good on him. I think he's doing a great job. I'm sure he'll pick up any rubbish that's in the alfrescos because he walks through that area. It's the main part that he looks at. But yeah, cleaning program, we'll have to look at that. We might have an issue with getting tables in there. I'm going to have a good look at it. There's limited space there to start putting large tables in, but, you know, we'd be guided. I think we should just be guided by our technical staff on what works. And, you know, we clean infrastructure in other towns. Councillor Erkins, you know, we clean all the benches and the seating areas in the Nango. I can't see why we can't do it in the main street of Kingaroy, considering how much money we've invested. I think that's fair enough for the community. Thank you. I'm talking about the ones in the park areas and so forth, but yeah. But I don't think it's much to ask that our council staff give them a bit of a clean once a week or so, just to keep an eye on them. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otter. Any other discussion? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, very excited to use these spaces, and I think it's wonderful that Utopia have taken advantage of the opportunity. I think it will be great to be able to sit there on the street and have coffee, and that was always part of the vision. So that's really exciting. I agree. I think that alfresco structures are a wonderful opportunity, and we often see, certainly in the forecourt and even up in the street where we currently have a table and chairs. I've been amazed at how many workers in the street actually do go and have their lunch in those spaces or take their kids for takeaway in those spaces, because it's much easier than going to a cafe. I know that firsthand from my many years of pushing a pram. I am, though, just wanting to check in terms of installing suitable furniture. I'm unaware if we have a budget allocation for that, and in our existing very constrained budget, and I'm wondering how we could potentially deliver on that. I know street furniture is expensive. I agree. I would love to see those spaces used and that furniture put in place, but I want to make sure that we are actually giving the staff whatever it is they need to see that outcome achieved. So I know we cut the budget quite extensively when the final pieces of the KTP were brought forward. And I guess my question, and perhaps it's a question on notice, but what will this cost? Do we have budget available within the existing budgets, or do we need to consider an additional allocation?
So I might hand over to General Manager O'May for comment.
Through you, Madam Chair, to answer the councillor's questions, the budget, you're right about the budget. As far as chairs go through there, you would be looking at probably in the order of $5,000 per structure. That's for the vandal-proof ones. There's ones that we buy, and that's the same ones we put in the parks as well. They're the timber aluminium, so people won't say that they can't write their names in them, but they are difficult to write their names in them. So what I would suggest to council is, at that case, if we required an additional budget at the end of the project to fund that, then I would return to council just to seek how you wanted to roll that, if that makes sense. And mindful too, we'll just we'll track our budget through, and then we'll come back in June or around that time if we're looking to see. I just note there one of the recommendations that we did make, and I note the Mayor's comments about one of the businesses and their sight lines. We have got an offer there that Mark can make that offer to and hopefully entice them. But we're hopeful that we'll get an outcome there. I think the furniture, it is an issue. It's right. It was raised with me yesterday on my travels through the precinct. So I think it's one that we can resolve, and we will look to be putting bins in there as well, just if people are sitting there.
So thank you. You're happy with that comment? So any further discussion? So call on Mayor Otter to close the debate.
Yeah, I'll just wrap it up quickly just by saying thanks to the fellas for bringing that forward, that report for the KTP team, the guys, sorry, men and women for bringing that forward. I think that's good. Love to see this get progressed, and it'll be nice finishing touch to those al frescoes if we can make this happen. So thanks very much.
So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously.
Mayor, Chair, if I could now withdraw my notice of motion for 612, thank you.
So Mayor Otto has withdrawn notice of motion 612. So is that with the leave of the meeting? So do I need to seek a second and all those? No. Withdrawn with the leave of the meeting. So now we'll move on to 7.1, which is the Infrastructure Planning Works Construction and Maintenance Portfolio Report. So I'll hand over to Deputy Mayor Jones to deliver that report.
Thank you, Chair, and I don't really know. I'm so excited that we've got through the notices of motion. It's absolutely fantastic. Look, I'd like to present the Infrastructure Planning Works Portfolio Report. It's there for everyone to see. It's a whole long list of key projects, our current design and planning projects. Wondai Industrial Estate that we spent a bit of talking about here, Stage 2 road intersection widening. Design is 80% completed, so that backs up GM's comments about almost being finished. First Avenue, Kingaroy, that's 85% complete on the pavement rehabilitation detail design, and Corndale Road widening detail design, 60% complete. There's a whole list of minor projects there as far as the design and planning goes. Our current planned works for March, our capital works program, Alford Street, Nanango, Corndale Road. Nanango is a footpath, road widening at Corndale, car park upgrade at George Street, drainage upgrade Kingaroy at Leopard Court, school disabled access Moffatdale Estate, and Cumbia CBD upgrade. Our gravel and shoulder resheeting, Mount Stanley Road, Nanango, we've sent a crew out there this morning. We took a crew away from Blackbutt because of the emergency that needs to be addressed out there on Mount Stanley Road. So well done to the staff in reacting so quickly to a major concern in our community. Bitumen resealing, we've got Bix Road, Cloyner, Borkett's Hill Road, Mergen, Braithwaite's Road, Mergen, Cants Road, Waroolan, Crawford Road, Crawford. And the list goes on. There's a whole long list there. Our patrol grading, again, it goes right across the whole region. Our roadside slashing, we've discussed that this morning, and hopefully may be able to work out a better process moving forward. Whole list of places there where there's slashing. Our design and planning projects, the Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road, the design is 100% complete. Our capital works program, Hamilton Road, southeast Nanango, gravel resheeting, expected start date was this month, and hopefully we'll be getting close to being finished. There was a couple of $100,000 to be spent there. McLean's Road, Geelong, Muir Drive, southeast Nanango, Rackerman's Road, Waroolan, Riley's Road, Cushney. Our patrol grading, again, a whole list of roads that you see there addressed. If anyone's watching online, and if you're still awake, there'll be this is available on our council webpage. Our roadside slashing that's already been undertaken. We go to our infrastructure on page 45. Infrastructure works for year-to-date customer requests. You can see a big list there. Roads has been addressed at 46%, roads and drainage 19%, and so on around there. Customer requests for year-to-date, 2,251 completed, 363 current. We go on then to the recent storm damage and flood response overview. The works continue. As has been noted, we're up around that 40, possibly $50 million worth of flood damage, and that over the 5 events that we had. Our staff are getting on top of that slowly, and also getting back into the patrol grading, maintenance grades and all that sort of stuff that we had to put off because of the emergency work that we had to do for the flood damage. So I still get complaints. People are going out there and seeing that we've got machinery out there doing emergent works for the Reaper project for flood damage. And again, I'll just run through quickly. It's the fact that when we send the equipment out there and the staff, they can do a certain level of maintenance to get the road up to a deemed safe standard to transverse over, and the rest of it we've got to wait on funding to be approved from state and federal governments. So that's why we attend and then go away and come back. And yes, don't disagree, it's a people say, you know, why you're there, why don't you fix the whole project? Well, we can't. Otherwise, we forfeit all eligibility to claim funding on that. And rather than use ratepayer money, which we don't have enough of now, we get funding from the state and federal government. So that's the process there. Our contract status, table 1 below, you can see that all the contracts there, current values and status, 99, they all go through with completion rates. And we keep going through. We've got damage inspection status overview. I'll just read this quickly. The Red Cross team continue to deliver a program damage inspection program based on the 14 South Burnett Regional Council zones. 9 of the 14 South Burnett Regional Council zones have been fully inspected, with zones 6, 7, 9, 12 and 14 to be completed by March 23. Some of these zones are partially completed under priority works, with the inspections of zones 6 and 7 and 12 currently in progress. Damage identified across the region to date is identified in the map in Appendix B. So we've got a map there that is available on our website, and you've also got the infrastructure recovery program and whatnot. There's all sorts of graphs and all that sort of stuff showing there. And again, I will take this opportunity to congratulate the men and women of the infrastructure program out there working on the roads, and every single member of the South Burnett Regional Council staff for doing a wonderful job and working through some very trying times. So on a personal note, I'd like to congratulate and thank them all very much. They do a wonderful job under the circumstances that our decisions are putting them under. So other than that, I'd like to say or move that my portfolio report for the month of March of infrastructure planning works, construction, maintenance, water and wastewater plant and fleet be received. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins, so speakers to the report. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones, for the report. I just do have a question I just want to clarify. So page 46, in relation to the recent storm damage and flood response review, I know we've talked about the concerns, the risk of potentially undertaking works across the network that need to occur to improve the safety of the road, obviously post those 5 weather events, but the reality that the QRA may not refund council for all of those works. I'm just reading and I just want to better understand. So to date, approximately 15.48 million has been spent across the 5 events. And QRA has provided grant advances and a 30% payment on 5 REPA submissions plus program payments for emergency and immediate reconstruction works. Total funding received to date is approximately 8.8 million. Council's contributed its 1.149 toward trigger points and ineligible plant and payroll costs. And QRA have approved submissions to the value of 12.02 million. If I read that, am I reading this correctly when it says that we've spent 15.48, but we've only been approved for 12.2, and so the shortfall there is $3.48 million that council's actually picked up in our budget? Am I correct in that? Yes. And so my question was, how were we funding that?
So, Manager Searle, are you able to respond to that question?
Through you, Chair. So that's essentially through our maintenance. And perhaps to expand on that, there's the what's known as our immediate reconstruction works, which is works that are typically done in advance, but during the emergency work period. And so there's an unclaimed amount, so pending QRA's approval, and that's in the order of $3 million.
Okay.
So we have a claim that's gone in recently and another one to go in either this week or next week. Again, it's work that's done which doesn't fit under the emergency temporary works. It's under essentially permanent works, which is done in advance of essentially the REPA work.
Yes. Thank you for that clarity. I'm watching this very carefully because I'm mindful of the risk.
Yeah, if I may just make an additional comment to that, Chair, we raised this issue yesterday at our flood damage governance meeting. Particularly, we'll be meeting with QRA in the coming, probably in the next fortnight, to look to accelerate some of our approvals so that we understand what our position is. Particularly mindful of our conversations last week around cash and all that sort of stuff. That's why we were very keen to bring the report forward last week so that you knew what's going through there. We have a emergent works outstanding. We have immediate reconstruction. So an example of that I'll give is Eastern Anango Road, Seaford Street. I think most people would be aware of, where we've gone in and reconstructed the floodways because it's the only option left to make those roads safe. So we are looking to very much pull back unless there's a safety issue. So where we've either got an approval to do that works, which we have got approvals through, but the example that where we're doing works, Mount Stanley Road, which I went through with Councillor Erkins the other day, that road is unsafe, and I will say that straight up. So we are diverting resources there to go through and do more maintenance on those roads. The issue that we have is we are waiting for QRA to work through what we are approved to do on that road so we can proceed. So it is, we do have some eligibility through there, but we also have obviously our number one issue, and we looked at a number of defects yesterday, which was some big schedules. We will make the roads safe at all times. If we're ineligible for those works, then we'll come from our maintenance budget because we would have had to have acted anyway. But we are very much going to be engaging with QRA to ensure that we get our approvals through in a timely manner, and we're proceeding with that risk so that if we are doing complementary works, we know what our position is. And to be honest, that's probably one of the biggest delays in delivering the REPA program, is trying to manage our approvals and our risks so that we're coming through. Once we get those green lights, and once we get some updates from QRA, we will be coming into Walk Council through the REPA program so that you know where you are. So, and our intention last week was very much to show the first step of that, to say this is a problem for us right now. We'd like to share that and say, well, okay, seek a direction on how you want to proceed so we're not disadvantaged.
Yeah, thank you. And I recognise in your report, you have stated that in some areas damage is worsening since the original pickup, so the scope and the value of the works is shifting. My second question is just in relation to the delivery of those works. So I would like to understand what our quality assurance process is, or what do we do after work has been delivered in line with the REPA works to make sure it's delivered to an acceptable and appropriate standard.
Yeah, through the chair, QA has been a big issue that's been raised, and be fair to say we've had some issues, not so much with workmanship, but making sure that works are done timely, but they're also controlled. A lot of times, with the emergent work period, we've had stuff, and council will be aware, we've had issues in some places where the works have not held up, and we've had finishing issues with that. And that's another issue I would say is when you try to rush stuff out the door, it is hard to control. We're making a very conscious effort, and it was another issue raised again by myself yesterday with the team. We do have project management control. There will be a project manager appointed to those. There is a sign-off inspection that will be done at the conclusion of each works, and there is now. A lot of times, works or defects may turn up after the works are actually approved, and that is a symbol normally of not everything is fully reconstructed to a high standard, because you can't afford to do that, or you're not approved to that. So simple as stabilising. Sometimes we will see treatments that will not go the distance, but that was approved there. There is a sign-off process where we go through. There's a QA system in place. I've asked the team that we have had a couple of issues raised in recent times where it's not so much the sealed stuff. The sealed stuff we go to a little bit more effort to because it's higher risk, but the unsealed stuff, I've asked the team to increase our controls there. I actually went with Councillor Erkins again to Mercer Springgate Road on, I think it was Monday. There will be rework done on that road after that inspection that was raised yesterday. The work's not bad, but there's some improvements that need to be made there. And one of the couple of things that we've spoken about particularly is around how work is controlled. At the end of the day, the contractor is paid to deliver an outcome per their schedule. Now, some of the work practices that we're seeing is probably causing some community feedback to us that we might be doing larger sections and not compacting things straight away, so therefore it's making things difficult. That doesn't mean the work's not right, But one of the things that we've drafted or we've spoken about yesterday with the team, including our contract engineers, is that the control of the work needs to be improved, and we want that addressed now before we go and outlay these larger sections, and particularly around what is the expected of the workmen, of the work practices also, because if you lay out a kilometre of gravel on the road uncompacted, that's a difficult thing for community to drive through. So some of the expectations around that was to reduce those sections to 400 and 500 metres and ensure that we're practicing inside of our other ones. The other thing is the more complex projects that we're seeing around the moment, the ones that we proposed last week, I think, which was the silver leafs and those ones. There's a lot more diligence going into those projects before they start. Our supervisor from KTP, Mr. Dugdale, has been dispatched to a number of those roads, along with some of our more experienced staff, to try and manage the risk on those roads as well. So it is horses for courses, and I do acknowledge that sometimes works may not be to the full satisfaction or expectation, and that might be a reason of workmanship, but also what's been allowed and been approved on those roads too. So but it's very much an issue that we are monitoring and we're watching.
Madam Chair, could I please be excused by the meeting, and certainly Councillor Erkins was next, but we have legal advisors here who are due to meet with us at 12 o'clock. I'd like to move a procedural motion that we adjourn the meeting until after the special meeting for Pound Street later this afternoon.
Do we have a seconder to the procedural motion?
So, Madam Chair, we have a 1 o'clock special meeting to discuss the Pound Street matter. I believe that there are residents lined up to come in at 1 o'clock for that. I'm moving a procedural motion. We have legal advisors waiting outside that were due to be meeting with us at 12 o'clock. We've been holding them up for 15 minutes. I would like to move a procedural motion that we adjourn the meeting until the completion of the special Pound Street meeting this afternoon.
So do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? I'll second the procedural motion. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So we'll adjourn for lunch now. Do I have a seconder to adjourn for lunch? Oh, that does it. Okay, we're good. So I'd like to move that we resume the meeting. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we're just still on the portfolio infrastructure, planning, works, construction, maintenance portfolio report. Sorry, yep. So any other questions around the report?
Yep, I had my what's I'm on before we.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. In the last few weeks, there has been a huge amount of work done in my division and in your division from Menango, and I would just like to thank the Aaron and his team and Councillor Jones, the portfolio holder for roads, because they have been just absolutely fabulous, especially even with, I've had a little bit of feedback from community members upset about dust and different things in it, and every time I've contacted them about it, they've got straight onto it with water trucks, and they've really done a fabulous job, and I really do appreciate it. There was a couple of little things. Aaron came out and had a look with me, and you know, the community are really happy. Well, most of them are really happy, but they are, and I really do thank you. I really do thank you, because it's a great job. Thanks.
Did you want to comment, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I will pass that on to the staff. I say we turn up at the 11th hour. Everyone knows that, and that's when we that's when we need it, I suppose. But full credit to the staff, and to be honest, like we said before this morning, like we've got people from Kingaroy working up in the northern part of the Shire on some pretty major stuff on tight timeframes, and right across. And I just want to acknowledge the amount of work that goes into that, particularly with the flood damage. I sat through the flood damage meeting yesterday just to see what they've got on. And it's a huge workload across the group. So, and probably just mention that to you know, both our staff out in the office there, but also out in our front line are doing a great job. So, appreciate everything that they do, and I think council does too. And yeah, we will pass that on from the council to the staff.
Thank you. And also I had great feedback on Daniels Road from Lee Dudgeon in Mergen, and he's often very critical. And so, yes, he said it was wonderful, the work we did, particularly around the drainage. So, yes, thank you. So, so no further discussion on the report. So all those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we'll move on to, we've discussed 7.2, so we'll move on to 7.3, Kingaroy CBD parking restrictions community consultation. So the officer's recommendation is as tabled there. So, no, I'm up to 7.3. 7.3, so would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? I could read the whole thing. No, are you good? So moved by Councillor Erkin. Someone to second that? Councillor Henchen. Could we have some discussion around that? The General Manager Meehan, I think, wants to talk about it.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just to lead council through and mindful of your time, we went out to community consultation, and I'm just going to talk to the recommendation, if I may, which will just probably talk to where some of that information comes through. The first item to deal with there is the inquiry we had from Australia Post to introduce short-term parking in around that vicinity. If I draw council's attention to page 57, there's a summary of the feedback that we received, which I'm sure council's been through that and read. That was the responses that we received to a number of specific questions. And the first two at the top there is, do you support the introduction of P10 car parking within close proximity to Australia Post outlet? And do you think the number of car parks is sufficient to support the operation of the community? We received various responses, 173 responses from the general community. And the main one that we looked at particularly is the major stakeholders in that area are the local businesses within the CBD. 44 of those businesses, or 79% of respondents, said that they did. And the number of car parks that we had there was, are they sufficient? Yes or no. We had 36 and 16, and we had 72 and 100 responses to say no. The main feedback that I had directly, and one that shone through from the businesses, particularly in Kingaroy Street, is that they did not support having short-term parks for the post office in Kingaroy Street. The reason for that is it takes up available parks that might be used for other businesses. What they did suggest in the discussion that we had with Australia Post also was to actually put those parks around in Alfred Street. And their way of thinking for that, and the feedback that I had from businesses, they're just as close essentially to the post office, but that doesn't impact on other businesses within the CBD precinct. So that means that people can park in Alfred Street. So if I just draw council to the map that we have in that one, if I may, just on page 61. So originally we proposed to have 3 P10 parks around near max employment. The feedback I had from the businesses, particularly operating in close proximity to there, and retail businesses, is that those parks could be moved around to the 3 angle parks around in Alfred Street. It still serves the post office, and then that doesn't impact on customers that might be using Kingaroy Street for services and longer than that. The other feedback that we had in variable forms was that P10 is not long enough. There's some comments and feedback we got, it takes them 10 minutes to line up in post office. At the end of the day, our thoughts and suggestion was there that to move to P30 or P20. At the end of the day, they're high turnover, so people are parking there for the purpose of using that short time frame. So whether it's P10 or P30, it's about what's being practical to be used. So our recommendation to council is that those car parks actually go around the corner into Alfred Street to service the post office, which doesn't specifically limit parking in Kingaroy Street for a particular business. And we extend those times to P30 to allow people to use them. And I note that sometimes people come in and out. We watch them all day. It's what parks are available and how long they'll be, but it'll be designated parking there for P30, which we think will assist in that area. So that's our first one. The second one there is the, James has just pointed out to me, just to note for council too, we did have a loading zone proposed there on Alfred Street in consultation that we had with the post office there that day. Was their preference is that they didn't require that loading zone anymore. their preference would be that we would convert that into 2 parallel parks there per the map. So that's what we're suggesting to council, is that the proposed layout 2 is our recommendation in relation to the short-term parking for Australia Post. I'll just note too, you don't have to go to the post office to use those parks. They're not reserved specifically for the business, but obviously they're there to service and support the community in its use. So just in case there's a thing that they are restricted for their customers only, they are not. The second one there, the question we had, if I may, I'll just walk through, councillors, is around the introduction of restricted parking in the Kingaroy CBD. So we went out and we asked a couple of questions. Do you support the introduction of time-limited parking within the Kingaroy CBD precinct? I'll just draw council to page 57, which is the respondents there. 63% of businesses who responded said yes in the CBD. 17 said no, which is 30%, and then 4 gave a non-response. So some businesses chose not to respond to the survey, or they responded to one question and not all, depending on their preference. In other responses, we only received 173 responses from the community. We had 49 saying yes, 90 saying no, 34 no response. In the hours there, you'll see there's a fairly evenly sort of split from the businesses on their feedback. Some said 2 hours, some said 3 hours, some said 4 hours. Our suggestion and recommendation is that there is support from the businesses in the CBD to introduce restriction on parking. It is an issue that does come up in various circles. What we are recommending to council is the 3-hour option. It did get the most responses, and it is also the middle of the road, pardon the pun. It's not excessive to the 4 hours and opposed to the 2 hours. So to me, it is the best outcome. The other reason we like 3 hours, it stops people from parking in front of businesses for 4 hours, having lunch, and then coming back. So it means that 3 hours is enough for people in that space. And what we did was we proposed on the map, if someone, Kimberly's got it on page 62 for me, Kim. What we've got on the screen, if you put it up for me, I'll just talk to that, is the parking nomination layout through there. The other nomination that we have is the encouragement of people to use off-street car parking within the CBD. There is still a perception around distance and those sort of things, but the off-street car parks are very much there to support businesses. And I note too, and I speak from experience every day, the Alfred Street car park, since we have revamped that, is full. It is well used. It is a great facility. Myself use it probably 2-3 times a week, and it's well used by the businesses in that area and well supported by the businesses in Kingaroy Street. We have the new George Street car park, which is nearing completion. It's due for its asphalt probably in the next couple of weeks, and it will be operational as well. What we're proposing for there, the feedback that we had in relation to Roger Nunn Place, was there's a mixture of feedback in relation to Roger Nunn Place being used as a place of car parking for customers for businesses, and then for businesses taking up those car parks where they might be accessed by businesses. Some of the businesses have car parking behind their building. Yes, sorry, it's the one across the street there. Kim might just put the mouse on Roger Nunn Place. What we just designated for Roger Nunn Place, sorry, Roger Nunn's near the shared zone, the middle one, Kim. Yep, the one across the street here. Yep, that's it. So we actually did a designation there to split the car park to provide some 9-hour car parking for employees, and to provide some car park there for businesses, visitors, and those elements there. No, we've got the car charging stations there, which are regulated by law as far as the tourism goes for those car parks. The other one I just want to mention is the inquiry that we've had in relation to, and I saw an email last night and appreciate the update. We did meet with Queensland Transport Driving School instructors the other day. What they're seeking there is to access reservation of some of those car parks for the driving school. The discussion James and his team had with them last week was to get the parking restrictions in place throughout the Kingaroy CBD, see what the uptake is, and happy to review the matter and what's best for them in a couple of weeks' time, and see what their uptake is within the street based on their clients. we can always come back and revisit this issue to designate for that. So this doesn't lock you out of that. This allows this one to move forward. The other area that we've offered there is the shared zone out the front there. We're proposing that there is no parking in there on Friday and Saturday nights from 5:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. Now that is allowed for people to go in and see the lights in the CBD. We have the overhead lights, we have the lanterns. There is plenty of parking available in the CBD after 5:30 that people can park in. The discussion that we've had with adjacent businesses, they're looking forward to the attraction of people coming into there. We've spoken to the cafe across the street here. They're looking forward to that space being activated on Friday and Saturday nights. And we've also had a direct conversation with the commercial hotel in relation to this. They would support that the area not be used and bring more people into the CBD. So if you allow parking in there on a Friday, Saturday night, you will not see the lights in the central area. So unless there's another reason for that to be on. If there was an event in the forecourt, then you could look to do that. The other sections there, obviously in purple, are the 3P. And that's the sections that we would be nominating for there. So that's where that one comes from. The other thing is just for council, which is item 2, is in relation to local law. So we had our legal team do a review. So council can install regulated parking signs in its parking areas under what's called the TORM. It's called the TORMA, but we call it the TORM, which is basically your ability to put road regulation signs in place. At the moment, Queensland Police would be the only ones who can enforce the signage on those signs. The suggestion is that from our legal team is that council has the opportunity to implement an interim local law, which would take a few weeks, probably 6 to 8 weeks is their advice, which will allow council to install that and then commence proceedings or regulation of those parking through there. Discussion, and similar to what we had this morning, is around compliance and regulation of that and resourcing. James and myself have met with General Manager O'May in relation to this. Our suggestion, and to be honest with council, is that there's, again, similar to this morning, there's not an abundance of compliance officers to go and enforce regulated parking. It is not our intention to enforce regulated parking. Our discussion with Peter would be that we would be able to do spot compliance if we, in relation to a complaint. And it really does come down to an honesty system in those areas. I have worked in other smaller towns where they've done periodic checking to encourage people to do the right thing, but it also would allow us to go through at an interim time, if we choose to if we were getting a large number of complaints of people parking all day in front of a particular shop area, we could come through once a month and just do a check in the morning to try and encourage compliance. That will also allow us to comply in conjunction with QPS in relation to people parking in disabled bays that should not be there. So that's our thoughts on that one. And the last one is that council would consider, as part of its local laws in 23-24, to developing a local law over the longer term. Our understanding from our legal team, if council was to leave this to a local law in the future, it could be another 12 to 18 months down the road before it's able to take any action in those areas. So I know that's probably a bit dragged on, councillor, but that's probably the summary of the report for the council.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions actually with regards to that. So I am a little bit concerned about the shared zone. I understand the lighting and everything, but since we don't have those barriers in place, because that was part of that KTP project, but we had to pull the barriers back because we had to cut back because the prices of everything just went up. So I'm concerned that we're going to have all these vehicles parked in there when there's other people, because we can't stop them. I mean, you say we can, but I'm still trying to figure out how we can if we're not policing. We can have people go through, but my other probably issue is when there's a big function on in the town hall, that is space that we really do need for the car, because there's only out the back and things like that. And if you're walking from the town hall and you've got to go down that alleyway between the hall and the council chambers, it's a bloody dark alley, and you prefer not to do it. So I think that there are a few maybe other issues or things that we need to look at before we put this fully in place. I do agree that there could be some of the 9-hour parks in Roger Nunn Place, but I just feel there are certain businesses that will use them all the time and feel that they're their own, because we all know that there's certain businesses there that have their vehicles there overnight and all the time, and probably they're the ones I'm concerned that are going to think that that's just for them and no one else. So I just, yeah, and as I said, policing of this.
Happy to respond to that through the chair. So the first one, just in relation to the shared zone, our intention is that the lights would come on through there for its lighting show on Friday and Saturday nights. If you allow vehicles to park through there, you won't be able to see them. So our intent at this stage is that you could close, if council was to proceed with the not the bollards, the barriers or whatever it might be, and that'll be subject to your budget review, or you may do that in the future. You could put that in place. The simple element for us at the moment, we believe, is that it is a shared zone, and we are going to increase our signage, and we are looking currently at introducing other speed controls through that environment at the moment, that James and his team are doing a review through there for me. People can travel through there. It is a shared zone at 10k an hour. If you walk into a number of streets in other CBDs that they cross with pedestrians and cars, I think the main thing is around making sure people drive responsibly through that area, which is something that we'll look at. Our intent at this stage would be to allow that road to be open as a shared zone and used for the purpose at which it is. I think it's probably an education thing more than anything, and then people can freely enjoy interaction with those lights through there, because they are the larger ones, and the gobos and stuff like that are in place as well. Just in relation, so I think the first part of that is it would be a case of we can talk to QPS about encouraging people not to park there at night time too. If they can do a pass through there and just ask people to move on until people get the hint of it. We can increase our signage there as well. One of the issues Leanne raised with me the other week was the use of that forecourt space in that area out the front if there is an event on at the town hall. We're quite happy to Leanne is actually adding to the process, or is going to look to add to the process, if someone books the hall for a function at night time or daytime, then that is referred to us for the use of the area at the front here. If there's an event on, there's no reason why council can't suspend its parking restriction for that night, and unless we can easily put a sign up for that, similar to what we've done with other events. So I think it's very manageable. To be honest, like we come down the CBD most nights. There's plenty of parking available in and around. Again, if there's an event on there, we would expect that area gets used, or that area might actually form part of that event. That's some of the other inquiries that have been made to us at the moment. I think I've got those first two, councillor. I'm not sure if Roger Nunn Place. Sorry. Roger Nunn Place, it was an area that had mixed feedback. It really did. We've had businesses complain that council parked there and staff parked there, and other businesses parked there, and others want customers. But also, I think there needs to be some business parking in those, because that area, it's an off-street car park also to support businesses. So we tried to offer a hybrid thing, and our suggestion was that you implement it, but council can always review this whenever it likes, if it wants to. And if we turn around and say, look, that area is not working, we don't think that's a good idea, you have the power to change. It's hard. Parking's a hard one sometimes. It really is.
So, Councillor Potter, are you satisfied with those responses?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I will keep it quick. I just want to confirm, as per the plan, that I'm reading this right. So that centre part, so not including Haley Street, or is Haley Street? Can you just scroll up? I'll say Haley Street. So that whole section there will be 3-hour parking, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Saturday. And then I'm reading it right, that the Glendon Street Centre is no parking Friday and Saturday night from 5:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Yes, that's right. And it'll be 3p for the rest of the time, like everywhere else.
Yep, and we'll put the signs up to indicate that. Yep. I think 3 hours is a happy medium, to be honest. I've had a number of conversations with different businesses in the street of particular hairdressers. And all the ladies in the room know that it normally takes about 2 hours and sometimes a little bit longer depending on how much covering up you're doing. So the feedback that I got from the hairdressers in the street that was, you really do need a minimum of 3 hours by the time somebody gets a coffee or gets a park and gets into a hairdresser. So, and I do think this aligns with the feedback that we've received, overwhelming feedback since the start of this project, where businesses have been caught parking in front of other businesses. So the idea of restricting it to 3 hours really does, and is trying to encourage those people who are working in the CBD to take full advantage of the off-street parking. I just wanted to confirm the George Street car park, when the line markings will be going on in that car park, and if there is any interim measures we can do to make people aware of the fact that they can go through, if you can't get a park along Haley Street, you can go through that intersection and turn onto King Street and simply just park around the corner. I think there's a real need to advertise that to the community, because the feedback is, until the lines are there, people aren't sure where to park. To be honest, I'm not sure either. So just chasing an update on that.
Oh yeah, through the chair, we would look to install updated parking signs, probably for the off-street car parking. One of the feedback that we had was that there wasn't RV advertising parking, particularly coming from Youngman Street. So we'll talk to Aaron about looking to, probably particularly on the main routes, to try and advertise the off-street car parking. So that will go through and hopefully highlight that. So, and also to show that overspill area from King Street. I think that'll be a good outcome.
An idea that I had was perhaps that large electronic signboard or something that we've got, if we could even just put that in place for a little while, because it is such a change. People haven't really realised that that's even happened there. And in the times that I have parked there, it's so easy. If you do miss a park on Haley Street to park, turn around, park in there in King Street, and literally you're on the street. Like, it's probably the closest off-street parking opportunity there is in the CBD. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. I'll be quick. One of the things that I would like to see is we really stress to our community that the reason we're doing this is to help them. So we're not looking at doing it to be, the parking police. What we're doing it is to try and make sure that when you come uptown that you've got a car park. So maybe when Kirsty was saying about the board, maybe, even something on that to say, or maybe in a media release that, what we're doing, we understand there's been a loss of parking in the main street area. There is parking if you're going to be there for longer in the other areas. But, if you keep to allow the businesses to get customers and you to be able to park, please, abide by our rules.
Can I just say one thing, Chair, just if you don't mind, nice of time, just make it clear for everybody, this is not paid parking, so you do not have to pay for parking, okay? And our compliance is not to have compliance officers looking to walk up and book. We encourage the community to do the right thing. I just want to stress that publicly because that has come back in feedback.
So is there any other discussion? Because I could take Councillor Erkins, is that your right of reply? Like, did you want to have another? All good. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to the Wondai CBD Streetscape Community Consultation. So that the Wondai CBD Streetscape project is being developed for consultation and funded by the state in 23-24 under Works for Queensland. Preliminary investigations and development have commenced and the project is now ready for the initial stages of community consultation, and the officer's recommendation is that Council note the concept design and commences public consultation on the Wondai CBD Streetscape with the community. So do I have a mover? Councillor Henson, someone to second that? Councillor Potter. So any discussion? So I'd just like to comment, just wanted to actually, before when we go out, if we could also say, let the community know how many car parks we're going to be losing or changing, because I think that was a bit of an issue with this KTP. So is that something that we can consult around so there's clear understanding of what car parks we're losing?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Good question, and I can already answer that. We've been very cognizant on developing a plan that there was no loss of car parking, and that's what this layout plan provides.
That's fantastic news. So any discussion, any other discussion? Councillor Hancher, did you want to say anything or you're all good? Any other discussion, or we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to 7.5, application for a permit to occupy lot A, plan AP 82220 along the reserve of Highsdale Road, marshlands adjacent to 2 FY 2064, and that's on page 67. So do we have an officer to speak to that one?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Really quickly, it is a pump that's on the road. My understanding is there's a change of owner, and DNRME or whoever regulates the road occupation for that have had an application to approve for that pump to be on the road reserve. We have no objection to it. It's there already. It's just it's probably administrative.
So would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? So Councillor Erkin, someone to second that? Councillor Deputy Mayor Jones. So speakers, would you like to speak? Councillor Erkins, Deputy Mayor Jones. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to application for the permanent road closure for unnamed road off Macaulay Weir Road, southeast Nanengo, and that's on page 71. So I'll call on an officer to speak to that one.
Yeah, this one will take a while to go through in detail, Chair. That was a joke.
Okay.
No. I'll just probably the quickest way, not the quickest way, the best way. If I just refer council to page 73, which is the map there, we have an application from the landowner to close road reserve, which is adjacent to the waterway reserve on Macaulay Weir. So our recommendation at the moment is to refuse that application to DNRME on the grounds that we are still investigating the use of Macaulay Weir. At this time, we don't see it's advantageous for council to close that road reserve. You may want to use it in the future, and you're currently reviewing the access to that facility at this time.
So would someone like to move that officer's recommendation? Councillor Erkins, someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Jones, speakers. Councillor Erkins, did you want to speak to that, or anybody like to speak? We'll take it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to the water and wastewater portfolio reports on page 74. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Jones to speak to his report.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to present the water and wastewater portfolio report as read, but I'll just draw your attention to one particular item on the bottom of page 76. Just note, Sunwater has announced a 6% increase in water charges. Over all schemes, this will increase council costs based on current consumption by $75,000 per annum. And I'll get General Manager Meehan to elaborate a bit more on that. Manager Lowe's not here, but Aaron will be able to certainly give us a little bit more information on that. And after he's done that, I'd like to move that the water and wastewater portfolio report be received.
I might just seek a second, and then Aaron can, Councillor Erkins has seconded that.
Thank you.
General Manager Meehan.
Through you, Madam Chair. Tim has advised that we recently were advised by Sunwater that we have had our charges increased by 6%, which we have no control over. That is an increase of approximately $75,000 per annum. Looking at our current figures, and we have recently raised this with Kerry for us to look at the third quarter review, that will be an impact probably about $30,000 to $40,000 across our water and wastewater budget in loss of surplus, I believe is what Tim is looking at. So we will bring more back to council, but Tim will update that for his budget for 23-24, just so council is aware that we will be looking to increase, obviously on the basis of our I call it wholesale water charges, but that's our charges from some water increase. So that will need to be absorbed or passed on.
So councillor Erkins.
Can I just draw your attention to the fact that Ananga doesn't get their water from Sunwater?
So councillor Henson.
Thank you, and may I also draw your attention to that water and the charges on water will perhaps need to be looked at. And I'll ask the question, and happy to take it on notice, that if this is a 6% increase from Sunwater, when was the last increase, and are we expecting any more in 24, 25? Like, with the increases in everything that we're being slugged with, yeah, that's just, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah. We'll take that on notice, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So any other questions, speakers to the report? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We'll now move on to 9.1, which is the Natural Resource Management, Rural Services and Agricultural Environmental Health Portfolio Report. So I'll hand over to Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, would you like me to wait for Councillor Jones to come back in so he hears all this? Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, pleased to deliver my report. In the weed management, dry seasonal conditions across much of the South Burnett region has dampened the growth of proliferation of Parthenium weed and giant rat's tail grass in key infestation areas. The joint management approach implemented by Council in partnership with Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council delivered a targeted treatment of Parthenium infested areas within the Cherbourg area early in the growing season, and this control has decreased the area of seeding infestations, reducing the seed load and spread to downstream areas. A follow-up control one is planned for the March-April period, depending on weather conditions and infestation maturity. As part of Council's weed surveillance strategy, a new infestation of Parthenium weed was detected and controlled by Council contractors on the Mundubba-Geelong Road. An inspection and treatment of giant rat's tail grass has occurred over the entire main road network and known hotspot areas on the council road network. And just on that, only yesterday I received a phone call with some concerns about Parthenium coming in from the Western Downs area as well. So we're in an area where we once never saw Parthenium, so now it seems to be all around us. Feral animal management preparation for the next regional coordinated baiting program in May are now underway, with planned extension and awareness activities designed to encourage landowner participation. Council officers have received reports of feral pig sightings and resulting crop damage from properties in the Manyam, Brooklands and Ellesmere districts. Council NRM officers attended an African swine fever prevention and preparedness workshop in Kingaroy to participate. And the workshop provided an update of the risk of emergency animal diseases and response planning. Equipment loan to the landowners. One splatter gun for the control of lantana was provided to a landowner in the Proston district, and 2 quick spray trailers were dispatched to support landowner weed control efforts in the Cumbia and Crawford districts. Cat traps were provided to landowners in the Cushney, Crawford, Blackbutt and South Menango area, and 1 pig trap was assigned to a landowner in the Stonelands district. Project updates in the Building and Invasive Species Management Alliance, and I welcome Councillor Jones back. He's in time for the second half of my report. The part-time syndicate coordinator has now been engaged and is working with the steering group members to progress key project targets. Initial workshop locations to engage interested landowners on invasive species management techniques and the benefits of landowner-led control syndicates are set to roll out over the next quarter. In environmental health, health officers have commenced annual inspections on food premises with a number of non-compliant matters resulting in improvement notices and additional inspection fees charged and suspension of licences. Environmental health officers are working with businesses in first instance. However, where businesses become complacent and are not undertaking basic food hygiene practices, this increases the risk of foodborne illness occurring. Local governments across Queensland have been notified by Queensland Health that new requirements are coming into effect from the 8th of December 2023 for food businesses. Environmental Health has commenced an education process during routine inspections to prepare businesses with the new requirements. It is the intent that newsletters and information sessions will also commence over the coming months to assist businesses in this space. These new requirements are an increase in the existing recommendations in the food safety standards which include additional requirements for food safety supervisors with training requirements and availability, training required for all food handlers and servers, etc. within the business, and record keeping of processes within the business. Environmental Health has commenced routine market stall inspections, with the first being conducted recently at the Nanango markets. It was found that there were many operators that did not hold appropriate food business licences, and officers provided operators with information kits and are currently following up with each one of these stalls. The importance of this is not only legislated, but to assist our community members that are liable if food poisoning occurs from their food products. Council's role is to ensure that we protect these operators, not only in regard to food safety matters and compliance of the manufacturing premises, but other legislative requirements such as labelling laws, which are regulated by the State Health Department, and weights and measures, which is regulated by the federal government. Environmental Health team has responded to an incident involving the release of asbestos into the environment from pressure cleaning of an asbestos tiled roof. The site has been attended to by a licensed person with a costly clean-up underway. Residents are urged to get professional advice prior to any construction or maintenance works involving asbestos products. The Queensland Health Darling Downs Public Health Unit started Japanese encephalitis virus surveillance, which will continue across the Darling Downs. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Darling Downs Public Health Unit has requested assistance in undertaking light trap surveillance in the region, with 3 new traps being provided to council through government funding. Environmental Health are currently working through the Workplace Health and Safety SOP process for how this can be deployed across the region, including resourcing, training, and the ongoing monitoring of the virus and the particular mosquito species that could transmit JEV. Mosquito Surveillance Program, BGGAT, Gravid Aedes Trap and Rapid Surveillance for Vector Presence programs are commencing in March 2023. This is in line with the Public Health Act requirements for local governments to undertake mosquito surveillance and other activities. This will require traps to be located throughout town areas in private backyards to collect mosquito, adult dengue and Zika virus and provide education to the public about household mosquito reduction. The data is then provided to state and federal agencies in response to public health matters relating to mosquito-borne diseases. On that, I'd like my report. There's some facts and figures there on page 84 at the end of my report, but Madam Chair, I'd like my report for Natural Resource Management, Rural Service and Agricultural Innovation be accepted, moved to be accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Speakers to the report. Speakers to the report. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to the Natural Resource Management Operational Update 9.2 on page 85. So do we have someone to update us on that particular? Do someone want to speak to the update?
Through you, Madam Chair. I think it's just the standard monthly update on just the activities. So happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
So someone to move that report, Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Henson. So any questions to the report? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to 10, disaster management on page 88.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just want to point out a couple of things. We've got a disaster meeting tomorrow, and then we've also got a subgroup meeting at the Bunny Mountains on Friday. So, but I'd really just like to move my report as read. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Someone to second Councillor Potter's report. Deputy Mayor Jones. Any speakers to the report? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to item 11.1, Waste and Recycling Management Portfolio Report on page 90. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to point out a couple of things. So at mid-Feb, we'd actually had 115 tonne of recycling material diverted from the general waste, but 32 tonne of that material was found as contaminant. So that's still 83 tonnes. that didn't end up in our landfill, which I think is fantastic. We've had 483 downloads of the council's Recyclopedia app. If you take out my family, that's 481. The community outreach program for recycling has been delivered. They did 18 school lessons. They did 4 pop-up displays between Kingaroy, Nanango and Wondai. They did 2 community workshops in Kingaroy and Nanango. And we did visual bins carried out in Nanango and Blackbutt areas. And I also would like to point out that there has been some illegal dumping. So there were 26 illegal dumping episodes recorded. 9 of them were the unmanned transfer stations and 15 of them were at road reserves, with the remaining 2 others at 2 other locations. 17 of the 26 instances were cleaned by the council and 2 are pending further investigation. The total volume of illegal dumping is estimated to be 47,390 litres, of which approximately 27,390 litres or 58% of dumping is cleaned up by council. The existing funding, look, can I just go back to the illegal dumping? So the illegal dumping is really a problem for us at council. You know, there's been tyres, there's been things that have been dumped that shouldn't have been dumped, and especially at those unmanned stations when they dump things there. And if kids are out of the car dropping stuff off with mum and dad, it's actually quite a dangerous situation. So illegal dumping and abusive use of the unmanned waste facilities is an ongoing issue, resulting in additional cleanup costs and a drain on resources to keep these sites safe to use for the users and staff. There are a couple of photos there. It's really not good because that was caustic soda, if I remember, Darryl. So, Manager Darryl, that was some stuff that's been left at some of our sites. And they've mixed different metals and mattresses and tyres and everything like that. And this is costing us money as council. So, I'd like to move my report as read. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Someone to second, Councillor Erkins. And I just wanted to, is that something we can put a media release out around trying to discourage the illegal dumping? Is that just to seek CEO Mark's support?
Yeah, we have and can again because it is short and succinct. It is a very significant issue and it's one we continue to push.
Thank you. Any other questions to Councillor Potter around the report? Councillor Shoemaker?
Just in relation to the new recycling bin service, I think it's wonderful that we've been really actively out there trying to engage with the community about recycling. I've just noticed in my morning walks and things that often people aren't putting their bins out on the right weeks or days, and I'm no doubt we're getting some feedback about that because it is only that fortnightly service. I think sometimes it's easy to get the wrong week. I know this week I had to put my bin out because it was full, which I'm so pleased by. I guess my question is just around, you know, are there other things that we could be doing to try to promote those weeks, or is there targeted sort of communication letting people know? I've had a few people say they've downloaded the app, but I love the app, like it's wonderful, but I know it's not for everybody. So I guess just gauging, is there anything that we can do to try to get that message out? I know the team's done so much work in that regard.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. The app is the tool that I'm guessing that we're promoting so people can check what days they've got to put out their recycling bin in particular. So apart from that, there's probably not much else because, we've got 10 different collection days across the fortnight. So how do we target certain areas? So it is tough. I mean, the reality is once the first person in the street puts the recycling bin out, everyone thinks it's recycling week. So, certainly encouraging the app that's the tool to be people to be directed towards.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Darryl. Are there any other questions or Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, a question, and I've asked this before in relation to abandoned vehicles. There is a significant cost to council when we recover those vehicles, but does council get any form of revenue from when we pick up or dispose of abandoned vehicles? And I was asked that question because there's quite a number of them in certain places, certainly out in Division 6. I'm not sure whether the other councillors have an issue, but is there any source that we get any revenue back from those abandoned vehicles?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think there's actually a report coming to the April Standing Committee on Abandoned Vehicles, and we can certainly touch on the process and the methodologies and the sale or auctioning of those vehicles that are collected.
Yeah, thanks, Darryl. I do believe, and I think this was asked, and I've asked the question previously, I think is it correct in saying there's a month waiting, and that police, if they haven't found the owner, or the owner doesn't claim the vehicle after a month, it then becomes council's responsibility?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, obviously the police have the first crack of identifying the owner, but obviously a lot of times the plates are stolen and all that sort of thing, so then we place our sticker on. Generally, we give them 14 days to remove or before we come along and get a contractor in to take the vehicle away.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. I just have been questioned by some in our community, but there's one particular road that has 3 on it at the moment, so thank you.
Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, just quickly, Chair, just an update on that. Went to the RRTG meeting in Bickerton last Thursday, and that was a topic of discussion that we had in the meeting up there. So you'll be happy to know that happens right across the Wide Bay, but they are working on a new policy and trying to address the amount of time and all that sort of stuff before these abandoned and damaged vehicles are addressed and taken away and removed from the roadside. So we'll wait and see how that all pans out.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the report? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to the Environmental and Waste Services Operational Update. So it's the recommendation that the report be received. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Do we want speakers to the report? Any? Councillor Shoemaker?
Just the only thing I just wanted to point out is the state waste levy status. So am I reading this correct in saying that council this year has paid $1,020,000, $278.16 for the privilege of putting waste to landfill?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, that's according to that is correct. So yeah, and that comes out of the pool of money that we get up front from the state. So it's a big accounting exercise. We get a lump sum up front, which I think, I can't remember what the actual number was for this financial year, 1.4 million or something like that. And then each month, depending on what waste goes to landfill, we pay that back proportionately back to the state.
Yeah, I just think that really does speak to the whole. I know everybody's received their rates notices, and I know we're discussing, any levy that council sets out is never easy. But for me, I just see that that's over $1 million that we are lucky at this point in time to receive a rebate on. However, into the future, it's pretty clear that won't happen. So I just think it's something that we should always just keep a strategic eye over. The reality that that's a lot of money that ratepayers would eventually be responsible for if we hadn't introduced something like recycling.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, just to qualify that a bit better, the advance payment we get from the state is for domestic waste only. We don't get any advance payments for commercial or industrial waste.
Thank you, Manager Brooks, for that update. So are there any other speakers to the update? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is Rural Resilience, Disaster Recovery, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and First Nation Affairs Portfolio Report. So I'll, in the interest of time, I'll just summarise my report. So Council have completed the refurbishment of McKell Park in Wandai, funded under the Works for Queensland program. QE2 Park, Mergen is stage 1 of the upgrades has commenced. The Building Better Regions project for the Wandai Splash Play area will be officially opened on Saturday the 18th of March, so that will be a good news story for Wandai. The Parks team has installed a water system at Jubilee Tree Planting in Mergen to improve watering time and reduce staff labour transporting water to site. The other one, which is of interest, is the Rural Resilience and Disaster Recovery. And the councillors are during the story time at each of the libraries with each child attending receiving a birdie book to take home. I know that Linda O'May has been, she's very excited about that project, and I think everybody, that's a good news story. And yeah, the South Burnett Local Disaster Recovery Group met last week with updates provided on current activities. So I'll just leave it at that. If there's any questions, I'll move my report. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter, any questions? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we'll move on to Parks, Facilities and Parks Operational Update on page 100. So that one is received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Potter. Anyone want to comment or speak to the report? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So then we've got questions on notice on page 14.1. 111 infrastructure, question on notice. So that one is, that one was when our First Avenue and Alfred Street between Mant Street and First Avenue programmed, and there's a response there. That was question was put forward by, who put that question forward? By Councillor Potter. Are you happy with the answer? So we'll move the officer's recommendation that the response to the question raised be received and noted. Would you like to move that, Councillor Potter? Seconded by Councillor Erkins. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to the 14.2, which is the question on notice in the Cloyna Hall drainage, and that was the one I put forward, and I'm happy with the response. So I'll move that response be received. Someone to second that? Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The final one for the question on notice is the operational costs of a Christmas tree. That was by Councillor Shoemaker. Are you happy with the response?
Yes, yes, thank you. Probably a bit surprised by the response, to be honest. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Christmas trees across the region, $40,321. That is just so many dollars. And while I know it's really lovely and festive to have a tree in your community, and I know we've got that infrastructure that's just, you know, an enormous cost for our community to be aware of. Certainly, thank you for the feedback. And I just had a supplementary question, because I know we have put forward a plan to sort of, dare I say it, standardise Christmas trees across the region to a degree, as close as best can be. Probably the question, Manager Leanne, is, you know, the whole reason for that was around the discussion of the elevated work platforms and trying to minimise, you know, the whole reason to take the tree out of the Wando roundabout has made sense when you consider it's cost $10,605 to put up this year. You know, I guess my question is, when we get those standard sort of designs and practices in place, can you see that delivering efficiencies for council, or?
Madam Chair, yes, we certainly hope there will be efficiencies, and certainly there will be a reduction in the traffic management plans that we need to put in place. And also we won't be hopefully having to engage as many contractors to put some of the decorations up on the trees. That could be all done by ourselves, because we'll have the trees at an appropriate height which we can manage ourselves. So yeah, so there will be some savings down the track, but then we're going to have more trees. So it's probably going to be around that cost, if not more, going forward. But there will be some efficiency gained in staff time and less traffic management control, because we are trying to move them into parkland rather than have them on, you know, like in the middle of the roadside. Same with Blackbutt, it's going, you know, out of the main street into the park, so there will be savings.
Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd certainly like to think that Wandoi one, and I was questioned last year in relation to the Christmas tree in the roundabout, and without certainly quoting me, I'm sure that figure was half or a little over half of that. So a result there to have that Christmas tree outside the art gallery, I would like to think could slash that back to where we perhaps were previously because of that being in a roundabout in the middle of a main road. So, yeah, I look forward to the costings on that next year, and I'd like to see Wandoi's cost there, certainly half of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker, would you like to move the recommendation that the question be received, the question on notice?
Yes. thank
Someone to second that? Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I think that is the last item, so I'll declare the meeting closed at 5:05. Thank you for a wonderful day.